Hello, and welcome to the National Cybersecurity Alliance and Nasdaq Cybersecurity Summit, Cybersecurity Crossroads. Please welcome the Interim Executive Director of the National Cybersecurity Alliance, Lisa Plagmeyer.
Is this working yet? There we go. Now it's working. Great. Thank you very much. So thank you for coming and welcome. Thank you for joining us today at the Nasdaq market site for the National Cybersecurity Alliance and Nasdaq Cybersecurity Summit. Cybersecurity Crossroads, the intersection of information, technology, and people. My name is Lisa Plagmeyer, and I'm the Interim Executive Director of the National Cybersecurity Alliance. The National Cybersecurity Alliance is a nonprofit organization on a mission to create a more secure, interconnected world. We advocate for the safe use of all technology and educate everyone on how to best protect ourselves, our families, and our organizations from cybercrime. We create strong partnerships between governments and corporations to amplify our message and to foster the greater digital good. Now I'd like to introduce David Wicks, VP of Listings from Nasdaq.
Thank you, Lisa, and welcome everyone to the Nasdaq market site. Quick show of hands. How many of you have been here before? Well, welcome back. It's great to have everyone here who is certainly joining us virtually, but it's actually great to see so many people that are actually here in person. So last evening we hosted a dinner here with Chief Executive Magazine honoring Ken Frazier from Merck, and it feels like each day we're getting closer, a little closer to seeing more and more people in person, which is certainly wonderful. So this October marks the 18th annual Cybersecurity Awareness Month, which is co-led by the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency and the National Cybersecurity Alliance. And under the overarching theme of Do Your Part, hashtag #BeCyberSmart, we strive to empower individuals and organizations to share or secure their connected lives, whether it's at work, home, school, with simple, actionable, and positive messaging. This Cybersecurity Summit has been a long-time signature Cybersecurity Awareness Month event. The summit's focus is to convene cyber professionals and leadership from both the public and private sector to address today's most pressing cyber trends and concerns. Their perspectives are invaluable, and we look forward to an extraordinary exchange of information and insight. We at Nasdaq have partnered with NCSA for several years on these summits and truly love the opportunity to showcase our commitment to cybersecurity education through co-hosting this incredible event. And of course, none of this would be possible without our committed sponsors. So I just want to acknowledge the sponsors, and gold sponsors, KnowBe4, Norton LifeLock, and Google. Silver sponsors include Bank of America, Purdue Cyber Apprenticeship Program, Proofpoint, Align, and Wells Fargo. And our bronze sponsors include AIG, WebRoot, OpenText SafeBreach, DOT Security, Cloud Bakers, and Quinix. And our event sponsors include the Identity Defined Security Alliance, Cyber Threat Alliance, and Identity Theft Resource Center. We have a quick round of applause for the sponsors. So we hope all of you will engage with today's discussion by asking questions and taking part in the panel discussions. For those of you joining virtually, feel free to ask questions through the Wova platform for our speakers today. And we encourage you to engage on social media using the hashtag NCSA Nasdaq Summit. And with that, please join me in welcoming Joe Bernick of Bank of America and today's first group of panelists. Joe?
All right, good morning, everyone. It's a little odd to be anywhere in person. I've been in my apartment for what feels like it's literally been years. So I got my parents' permission and I've been allowed to join you today, as I see you all did as well. So today we're going to be talking about, well, first of all, thanks to the Cybersecurity Alliance and the Nasdaq for hosting the event. We finally get to leave our apartment, so that's nice. So over the past year, cybersecurity in the industry as a whole has really put a priority and an emphasis on people, individuals, and talent and resources. Given the strain of everyone having to work from home, it's really become more evident than ever the importance of people and resources, and especially now, given all the other added pressures that we all have to deal with because of the pandemic. That said, when we focus on people, it becomes evident to us the importance of a comprehensive internal training program, and that program can often be one of the most important facets of an organization's defenses. So today we're going to be talking about that training element. I have in the panel, we'll be discussing different psychological approaches to training and behavioral changes that an organization must make in order to address the threats that we're constantly dealing with as criminals attack usually what is the human element of an organization through phishing, social engineering, and the like, which is usually the most successful way attackers have of gaining access, tricking basically employees and using misinformation and social engineering tactics. So today we'll be covering the training and methods that organizations use to make employees aware of those methods and to sort of defend against them. So I have an esteemed panel, an esteemed group of individuals, and I'll just bring them on the stage. So gentlemen, would you like to join me? Sure. Great.
All right. 2 mics. I think you stole mine.
Okay.
Spell that we need this one.
So we have joining us today, if you just would raise your hand, I don't think this is going to be in order of seating. Darren Show, Head of Technology for NortonLifeLock.
Good morning, everybody.
John Gerchow, Chief Security Officer for Sumo Logic.
Hi, everyone.
John Checo, Resident CISO, Financial Services for Proofpoint.
Howdy.
And Perry Carpenter, Chief Evangelist and Strategy Officer from KnowBe4.
Hey.
So on the topic of training and awareness and that aspect of how to best prepare and protect organizations from that social engineering and those strategies, we're going to have some questions for the panel. Now, we'll start with John. John, do you think the industry has historically downplayed the importance of people in terms of cybersecurity overall?
I wouldn't say downplayed. I would actually say forgotten. I think from a technology perspective and technology security, we're really, really mature. We've done a great job as an industry protecting our perimeters, protecting our devices, but we've failed to protect our people the same way. So we'll protect a router and a firewall differently, or a router and endpoint differently, but we'll protect all our people the same way. And a good example is we do security training, right? For everyone that goes to that security training every year, and it teaches you not to open up attachments like PDFs and docs. But in organizations, you have groups like your recruiters who have access to the HR systems, whose job it is to open up unsolicited emails with PDFs. You have salespeople who have access to your sales systems who open up files from Dropbox for RFPs. And these are things that we have to adjust for. So I think we have to focus a little more on the specifics of people-based security.
That's a good point. I mean, if you think about marketing and the amount of attachments that marketing organizations use, you really have to use a different approach. You're dealing with groups that depend on attachments and the insecure aspects of email, for instance, for doing their job. Right?
Absolutely.
That makes a lot of sense. Darren, given that people can be our greatest asset or opportunity, what priorities would you apply to an awareness training program?
Yeah, so building on what John said, I think there's maybe a mental shift that we want to adopt as we go forward. I think it's great that we all want to be the best in the world here, but I think when it comes to awareness training, we want to be best for the world as well. That means whether you're at home, being best for your family and making sure they're safe and secure for your kids, for your family members. If they're in your enterprise, it's about being best for your team, best for your organization. It's going to be something that helps you compete in the marketplace, but also makes you a good corporate citizen. And when we adopt that kind of shift of best for the world and thinking about it as a team sport, then it's less about measuring up on the awareness factor. Measuring is important, don't get me wrong. But instead of thinking, oh, I need to beat the other department, and thinking about it as a competition in that way, I would encourage us all to also think about what else can I add? Instead of just measuring what I'm doing, can I consider how I'm contributing? Am I giving back extra threat intelligence? Am I reporting what I'm seeing? How are all the ways in which we're adding back to that? Because nobody really needs to think about all the ways the ship is sinking. They really want to think about all the ways in which we can contribute. And by flipping it on its head, I think we give it just a little bit of a different mentality to go forward.
That makes sense. So less naming and shaming of individuals and more about promoting the right behaviors and participating in the process as a whole.
Yeah, because that's empowering people. It's a different incentive system. It's a different carrot and stick, right? And I think it gives people optimism that we are making headway in this fight, and that as the tides change, we'll sail with them, high or low.
Right. That's a very good point. Now, in May of 2021, the White House released an executive order on improving the nation's cybersecurity for corporations and guidelines for corporations on how to do that. How does the people focus fit into the executive order, George?
I really think it missed the mark. There was a lot mentioned about technology, which is great. Some changing of process, which, by the way, the federal government's got a real problem on their hands there. For any of you that have been through FedRAMP or anything like that, I mean, it's actually a backward step as far as being secure. But they didn't really talk enough about people. Like, there's this whole program now where they want to start exchanging with commercial businesses or tech companies like us out of Silicon Valley. That's just not going to work. Start paying people first off, and get the right talent in place, and then start building around that. I think it's completely missed the mark on the people side of it, which is what we're discussing today. It's the most important factor. You can have all the technology, all the automation in the world, but if the right people aren't running it, if the right people don't understand it, you've missed the mark.
Yeah, having worked at the DoD early on, I think hopefully they've evolved since then. That was quite a long time ago, but they didn't pay well. I remember that.
Exactly, and same thing, right?
Still remember it.
It doesn't, and it's a grind. Same thing with me. Came up through the military and then Northrop Grumman as well too, and start paying folks and keep good people.
Right. That is a challenge, I know, because they do lose a lot of resources to the corporate world, and we do need better talent in that space. So let's expound on that a little. How do you think we could take the prioritization of people even further beyond what any other points beyond what you've said? Any other ideas you can come up with?
Yeah, absolutely. I think get them more involved in a lot of the non-traditional type training things. Like I was having a conversation with somebody yesterday, and they were talking about SASE and they were talking about network security, and I'm just like, I was bored listening to it. What is a network anymore? Like for those of us that are in the cloud, that's not our responsibility,
right? Good point.
Right?
Yeah.
So I think getting people more involved in what's leading edge, makes it.
Right. No, that's a very valid point. It makes the conversation more interesting, more topical discussion of cloud, mobile, things like that.
Exactly.
Unfortunately, for lots of our organizations, but we're running, as you all know, a lot of legacy technology. So we're challenged in having to deal with the new stuff and the, in some cases, older technology that we still rely on, as is the case, and I'm sure a lot of your companies as well.
Hey, Joe, do you mind if I chime in on that?
Yeah, go ahead.
So, just kind of building on what he's saying here, and I was going out to dinner last night, and it was fantastic to go out to dinner just around the block. And if you think about it, it's really, what's the difference in the kitchen? You've got the same knives, you've got the same stuff out there, you've got the same ingredients more or less, right? And you always want to have the freshest ingredients, and you start thinking about the tools, and the tools are really the technology here. You put the sharpest knife in the hand of a best chef, you're going to end up with better probability of a great dish. And last night's dinner was amazing for me. And look, great people can make good technology work for them, and we often have to do that according to the budgets of what we have. But you give the best technology to people, it's really still about the training, it's about what it is in the hands. I like technology that makes the best better, but takes everybody that's coming into this, and as we expand the funnel to more and more people to be more inclusive about who we're including in this and really fill that workforce, we need to have ways to make those folks really accelerated on their learning path, really good with those tools. Otherwise, you're going to have chopped fingers off, right? You want to have a good dish instead. You don't have to be worried about who's going to the ER. So I think a lot of what I'm talking about here is about education. It's about how can we accelerate that journey. And I think that's what can be added on top of what's going into the EO.
Yeah, and it's often the case, it seems, in cybersecurity that education is afterthought or isn't
That's
really baked into the process as a whole. We adopt the technology, whether it be mobile, the internet, then mobile, the cloud, and then later we're saying, oh, how do we train people to use this aspect of the what role does this play in this aspect?
I think is often everything from the implementation to the end use, right? Can have issues comes to really pick that up, that it embeds itself, the process, the intent, the reward embeds itself in their minds correctly so that they can replicate that behavior and make that self-sustaining.
What about the fear? Should we embed fear in their minds at all, or is that?
Okay, so fear is a tricky one, right? Because people respond viscerally to fear, and I think that that's what the industry has leaned on a lot. So they've leaned on that response, but fear can only be productive up to a certain level. It can get somebody's attention, but if you don't then take them to a point of positivity and to a point of empowerment, then they're left in this helpless state, and ultimately they shut down. It also drives a wedge between the end user and the security department. And what you want is facilitated, easy communication built on a very, very trusting relationship, not one that's like, oh, you've messed up, now you're out.
So more carrot, less stick, maybe.
Yeah, more carrot, less stick.
So
Absolutely.
I was going to dovetail off of that, and then perfect examples, your phishing training. Everybody has phishing training. I know in the past few companies I've worked for, everybody learns how to spot the phishing training, not a fish. So what happens is they do really well on the training aspect. They have these great measurements, but yet they still fall for the same things. So, in one of our companies that I worked for, we actually instituted a carrot and stick approach where if you reported any type of fish, whether it was training or a real fish, you got pseudo dollars added to your account. And if you tried the game system, you got pseudo dollars taken away. But the whole idea is that you could buy stuff from the company's store based on how well you spot fish, training or real. So you're trying to change the mentality. You talk about psychology. You're changing the mentality because everyone has this mentality of passing the test. You want to change that mentality of passing the test to actually doing what's good hygiene.
Doing the
good
right
hygiene.
thing.
Yeah.
Which can be difficult given if you're, if for instance, if I fall prey to a phishing attack, then I'm going to send an email to you saying, hey, it's Joe. Can you just look at this document I'm sending over about the talk we did? And you're more likely to fall for it because the trust issue they're exploiting between us, right?
Yep.
Now, George, any additional thoughts on how these concepts can be incorporated into training programs?
Yeah, this is my favorite subject. I think Perry did a good job of illustrating that. It all starts with leadership. The best security tool in the world is people. And if you can have people be transparent and admit when they made a mistake and make security approachable, that's what it's all about. When I first got started in this industry, you saw security people come and you ran. I mean, it was a scary
The other direction.
thing. Totally gone. When I first got to Sumo, I had an incident where I was a PM and I accidentally sent out a patch update to about 200 people and put everyone in the CC instead of the BCC. People got so angry over that, and they were putting me on Swift on security, on Twitter, and everything else. But what I decided to do with that was take that moment, discuss it with the company, like at a lunch and learn, and open up the kimono. And what that did, and I didn't realize the long-term effect it was going to have, it made me approachable. It made me vulnerable. So then when people started making mistakes, and especially through the pandemic, they would raise their hand and admit it. And instead of reporting it to management, what we would do is have a discussion with the individual, thank them for stepping forward. And then obviously we want to look and see if it's a pattern, but for the most part, people make mistakes. And so being transparent, Joe, I think is the key, and being approachable. The industry was not like this. I mean, you're exactly right. There are people who ran the other way,
They were running the other direction. Now they're running towards you.
Now they're running
right?
towards you,
Yeah.
and
They're
I
saying
think,
I can do something with you.
exactly. And that's the thing, is collaboration, transparency, and working together that way.
So security in this sense is becoming more of an enabler versus a obstacle in some ways, it sounds like.
Absolutely. Our job is to get out of the way, right? We want to be seamless. And this is, with all my teams, like, make it so seamless that people don't even know you're there. When they know you're there, you're probably a blocker to something. And so try to get out of the way.
Can I add a little something to that, Joe?
Sure.
So, I was watching another speech, and it was Senator Mayorkas was talking to the CEO of Girl Scouts back, I think, in like May of 2021. And she was telling the CEO of Girl Scouts was telling a really interesting story about how they have 18 cybersecurity badges or something like that. And they're split up for different age groups, I think. So it might be 6, 6, and 6 for different stages. I could get that wrong. But and my daughter is right now in Brownies, so she's in the earliest stages of it. So it was very interesting to me. And what she shared, though, that was most impactful was that the Girl Scouts leadership didn't say, you know what we need to do? We need to, have a cybersecurity badge. Maybe they were thinking that already. Instead, it was actually a poll from the members. Brownies, Girl Scouts were saying, you know what we want? We want this skill. We want to have something that demonstrates capability and knowledge and the importance of this subject about how to have a safe cyber, digital online experience. And I thought that's kind of reminded me of when you're talking about that. We're not pushing on them. The best thing is when they're pulling. And what an amazing story that is, and how empowering that must be to those girls. My daughter's really excited about having.
So really, the Girl Scouts are taking a leading kind of position in that training and awareness, which is really, I think it's really commendable. And
Love that.
I think it is.
That's a great story, Derek.
Maybe the panel for next year, we have the Girl Scouts. I mean, it's not a bad idea.
Story.
You know what? I would bet that many of them would do just as good, if not better.
We did. I bet you're right.
Maybe not these other guys, but definitely
I
better.
love that story. That's great.
Perry, so speaking of that, it sounds like we can learn from other areas, other disciplines. What other disciplines can you think of that we can learn from about awareness training and the psychology of that?
Well, and I'll start with the Girl Scouts piece, because that's a great tee-off point.
It's amazing.
One of the things that when you start to study behavior, you start to study psychology, you see that there's effect that you can have in the now, and then there's also effect where you can start to put seeds down now that are going to be something that you can reap later on. You look at something like the Girl Scouts, and what you're doing is you're building a future generation of people who are way more sophisticated and have way better behaviors
than we
you
are.
or I do.
Yeah.
And I think about it from
That's
when
the
you
dream.
start to study the culture aspects of this, you build culture almost a generation at a time or a decade at a time.
Mm-hmm.
And I think back about things like seatbelts. When we grew up, seatbelts felt really optional. Now, when I was raising my kids, if I didn't have my seatbelt as I started to back out of the driveway, my kids would yell and start to cry. They felt unsafe, or they felt unsafe for me. And if I'm not wearing it, I feel incomplete in some way. I think when we start to build the right psychology, the right social pressures, the right context around people, then they will start to innately feel like this is the right path to follow in certain behaviors. This feels wrong for some reason that I can't even articulate. And it will be like that missing seatbelt feeling. And I can see that around password managers. I can see that around MFA. You can see that around a lot of the behavior-based or adoption-based tools and technology.
Sure, I can totally relate to that, because like for multi-factor authentication, we all use it now almost, it's ubiquitous in the sense, right? That you're now so used to getting that one-time text message with the password that you don't even think about it. But in the beginning, people are like, we're not going to do that. No user is ever going to accept having to enter another password. Mm-hmm. But now everyone does it without even complaining. So yeah, I think you're right. I think there is a massive cultural element to that and getting people used to that. So it sounds like the Girl Scouts are headed in the right direction.
Hey, Joe, if you don't mind, I want to just double click on that a little bit more. This also starts with leadership. I can't tell you how many companies I worked at where executives were like, okay, MFA for everyone else but me. And it's like, no, not anymore. Like everyone needs to do this. It needs to start from the top because that behavior cascades through a company. This really did happen a lot when I was in the beginning of my career, mainly in IT, where executives would incubate themselves from the policies they were trying to manage. And so you're right, you know, people will lean in towards a good thing, but it really starts with leadership.
Well, and to amplify that, I think it gets even more complicated when you have security teams and security professionals that know the right thing, they evangelize the right thing, they call people stupid for doing the thing that they're complaining about, and then lots of times people that have the security knowledge don't do the thing that they're evangelizing. You know, they'll leave their laptop in the front seat of their car. They'll say, oh, I don't have time to do a strong password on this or to put it in my password manager right now. I'll just create this easy one based on what's in my head. This little algorithm that's been used 150 times already. And so until we start actually doing the thing that we're evangelizing or condemning people for doing, then people are going to know that. It's going to be inherent. They're going to sense that lack of integrity. And so I think that we've got some work to do really within our own camp.
What's that saying? The shoemaker has no shoes?
Yeah, the shoemaker's kids, I think, yeah.
So George, where do you see awareness training programs having the most opportunity, kind of expounding on that a little bit?
I think it's culturally, like a lot of the great things that we've discussed here, it just really needs to be one of those things that from the beginning, the culture of your company, and even if you're making a shift now left, it's an opportunity to really start baking these ideas and these concepts into everyone and how they behave, and especially treating people equally. Like I'm interested in treating the person that works the front desk the same as the CEO and putting the same standards and policies and procedures in place and the adherence of those as well too. It really is a cultural thing. And right now is an emotional time. Like people are going through a lot. Like for me, just seeing a few of you here today is wonderful. Sitting up here with these gentlemen today is wonderful. It's emotional for me. Everything is. And so I think the more that we can bake this into our culture and again, make it seamless, the better off we are. The last thing anyone wants to hear, by the way, is we're doing this because of compliance reasons. That's the worst approach in the world. SOC says, FedRAMP says, PCI says, no. Sumo Logic says, right? LifeLock says, this is our policy, this is our culture, this is why we behave this way. And you said a great word, integrity. Behave with that integrity.
I think those are very valid points, and I agree with you. I think leadership and that culture is where you get the most value or from an organizational perspective. So now I have a couple of additional questions, and I'll just direct them at the group, and you can answer them as you'd like. In terms of tracking the success of a program, like an awareness program, what are the best ways to know whether the culture is taking root effectively in the organization? So any of you, would you like to take that, John?
So I had mentioned before about the phishing test, but there's this other idea that, and I think either Darren or George mentioned about the security people you running away from when you saw them, because there's this old saying that it's easier to teach a business person security than the security person all the nuances of the business. So you have to empower the business people, the people in charge of operations and their day-to-day work with good security hygiene. So I think moving the security responsibility or the security knowledge to the champions in the business unit is really, really important. And once you can get to that point, then your job becomes a lot easier because you're looking at the risk profile and you're pointing out what the risks could be, but you're letting them make the decisions as whether to accept that risk or mitigate that risk.
Yeah, no, it makes a lot of sense as well. So really training the business leaders on the importance of security and having them understand that and then cascade that culturally, obviously.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, John, you pretty much nailed it. It's one of those things, I think, like when you start making that cultural shift and you make people feel comfortable and empower them is huge. I'll give you a great example. With developers, if you start pushing security on them too much, forget it. They're going to run the other way. If you start pushing tools on them too much, they're going to run the other way. But if you empower them to make decisions over what technology you pick to do security over them, it's amazing how much they adopt it. When our company was moving towards more of a container type deployment, we selected like 5 different tools and said, these are the 5 that you have to choose from. And wow, did they appreciate that. And the better part is they were going to use it. If someone comes up to you and says, this is what you're going to use without ever talking to you before, chances are that you're going to find every possible thing wrong with that tool set. And so I think listening is a big piece, understanding their processes. And then when it comes to regular line of business owners too, collaboration, like collaborate with them as much as you possibly can, but with just some controls built in to protect themselves.
Yeah, I have a thing that I always say, which is, if you try to work against human nature, you're going to fail. And so anytime that I'm thinking about how to implement security awareness or a tool set or anything like that, it is, how does it naturally encourage the behavior or the mindset that I'm looking for? Because the more friction that I put there, the more likely they're not going to adopt that. So sometimes you want to inject friction to make somebody not do something. Sometimes you want to eliminate friction so that they're more likely to do something. And then so you're always trying to pivot around, what is somebody's natural mindset going to be like, and how do you lean into that? And there was already a great example about treating the leadership differently than everybody else. You're going to fail if you do that. And so sometimes people will say, hey, we want to put a stick approach in our phishing training. We want to 3 strikes or 7 strikes, you're out type of thing. And I always tell them, unless you're going to hold your CEO to that same policy, that's a broken policy. And so find the things that you're going to be able to deploy with integrity, that encourage relationship, that encourage trust, and you're naturally going to start building the things that are going to last over time.
Yeah, that makes sense. So from a show of hands of the folks in the room, how many of you work in a company that already has an awareness training program for cybersecurity in it and as part of it? So most, it looks like we're 60, 70, 60%. So if an organization doesn't have a program, where do you start? Does anyone have any thoughts on where you would start if you had 0 awareness training program?
So we were all talking about this before, about making it personal. Teaching the employees about their own personal security, especially with COVID and everyone working from home, and then working your way into the corporate security and the data privacy and protection areas. And I know, Darren, you were talking about that before. So,
if I could add something too, we talked about how many people had cyber awareness training, and I think we all assumed, or it was implicit in the question or explicit in the question, at work in our organization. But we're really people that have much more, hopefully, than just work. We're also at home. We're also participating in our community. There are many aspects of each and every one of us. So it has to be personal, but I wanted to also include the whole person. And that awareness is happening a lot in organizations, especially large enterprises. I also want it to happen anywhere else. For our kids, it should be happening at school. There's a great program with the Parent Teachers Association called Smart Talk. And it's a kind of a lesson plan for how you can have, similar to the Girl Scouts, a guided exercise for how to be cyber safe, how to be free from cyberbullying, how to think about online privacy, and have those conversations with your family, with your friends. I think that cyber awareness, building that program, it's great to talk about how we do it in our organizations. We must do that. Let's also talk about how we do it at home. Let's talk about how we get, and it kind of ties back to the other thing. How do we know when we're successful? I'd like it to be where we're thinking about this more like health. Taking care of my health is not something that starts at 8 a.m. and ends at 5 p.m. as I walk out the door, nor is the protection I have limited to when I'm in my office seat. It has to be something that's working for us 24/7. It's that important, and I think it's that reasonable to do.
Especially since a lot of us were working from home for so long that the commingling of those environments, the Wi-Fi, the corporate devices.
Yes.
Sometimes people use remote access, Citrix, HVD. So
there might have been some video gaming involved there.
Right.
Statistics would show that was for everybody, not just me, or at least a large portion of the world.
It's funny you say that because my mom is the most IT support I do until to this day. No matter how many times we talk about it, discuss it, she just falls for phishing.
Right.
But you're the helping hand, right? And so that's another point. If we can all be a helping hand to someone else, if we can all do something for our communities, right? It's the concentric circles. I think someone mentioned that earlier when we were talking. First, you take care of yourself. You have to educate yourself. Then you take care of the team or your family. Then you can take care of the whole community. When we embrace that, then there's really no stopping how those kind of waves of change can really propagate. And I think that's something we can really do in this area, which is awareness.
So well said. Like with her, you know,
I stole someone else's words there.
When it really is well said, you know, like with my mom, the last time we finally made a breakthrough was she got an email from PayPal saying, hey, you just had this certain charge take place, give us a call so we can go through it. And so I went over there and I showed her like the domain suffix and said, this is not from PayPal. All you got to do is take this little extra step and you'll see that it's not coming from them, even though it looks like it is. And she's really done a great job since then. And she's 82, so I give her a ton of credit. You know?
And there's so much difference, right? Because in the natural world, I mean, I was walking on the streets last night, and you know when you get to a bad neighborhood, right? There's clearly, not that there's any bad neighborhoods around here, but there's clearly some signs that and stopping cues to mention, you know, some of the psychology around it. But online, those cues are different. It's so easy for everybody to present an immaculate facade, a mirage that feels and looks so right. And we have to train to look for those things, but ultimately it's going to be as easy as something like an Insta filter.
Right.
It's, like,
It's interesting.
push a button and it's like,
Well,
it
it's
reveals
interesting 'cause
everything.
I think the CEOs of Snapchat and what was the other one? TikTok, right? Where they were on Capitol Hill yesterday, right? Testifying about how their products are unhealthy for young people. There's a belief, and I'm not taking one side or another, but that the products are instilling negative behavior, psychology for young people, right? And so they were testifying on that. It's similar to what we're discussing here, right? And the fact that you're just getting you're talking about your mother, who has probably been using technology, email and the like for 20 plus years, and still, because of the psychology, the tools were deployed before the awareness training was even available. So she learned to use the tool the wrong way, and now you got to train her about the negative neighborhoods, as you said. Maybe with these products such as TikTok or Snapchat or whatever other products.
So,
Similar problem.
So I was going to say gamification is always a big thing. And in our family,
It can be a very positive thing too.
So we do gamification. If we get a scam call, we put one of the kids on the phone and they have to see if they can keep them on the phone as long as possible.
This is a team
and
sport in your
try and
family.
get as much information from them and give out fake information. And again, but that gamification gives them the mindset of everyone's trying to get information from you, understand what those questions look like, and try and turn the tables on them. And that translates specifically to their online presence too, because now they understand the tactics and they can start migrating those tactics to what they see in email and text.
Yeah.
You took stranger danger to the next level, right? You took it to the cyber. You're like,
Oh, we have an egg timer.
You're gonna have street smarts, but you're gonna have cyber smarts too. I love it. You know?
So
Awesome.
I want to tag in on one of the things. I mean, Darren several times has said we need to focus on the whole person and the way that they move around different environments. We also need to realize that people behave differently and interact with technology different in different environments, and depending on the form factor that something's related in. So I may see an application and that presents one way on my laptop, but presents completely different on my mobile phone, and my
Or in your
habits-
car or anything else now.
And my habits don't necessarily transfer from one to the other. With your with your example, you have an 82-year-old knows how to hover over a link now, but that same behavior is completely different on a mobile phone.
Yeah.
And so we have to realize that you have a person, you're trying to train an action, but the context can make everything feel weird. And so if we're training a whole person, we have to think about the person, the action, and then the context and all the things that we're going to build to support around that as well.
It sounds like we talked about, I think the gamification aspect is an interesting one. Anyone have any thoughts on good partners, without getting too specific, that one can use for building an awareness program? We talked about where to start. Are there partners, products, or approaches that you've seen be successful?
Talk to your business units. Figure out what their job is. Do a business analysis to understand what the workflow looks like and build the training program around that.
Yeah, I think that's great. The other thing I would add is when you're thinking about training, there's a few different stages. You have to think about the things that people need to know, but just because somebody knows something doesn't mean that they care. And so you also want to think about, how do I codify the right values and beliefs within people? You can do that through social pressures. Because once somebody has the right values and beliefs, regardless of their knowledge, you can then also start to think about context, social pressures, social cues, and then that can trigger the behavior patterns that you're looking for.
So we got about 5 minutes left. I got one last question. I'm going to start. Everyone can answer this question the way they see fit. If everyone here on the panel could do one thing in the next week with respect to the people aspect of cybersecurity, what would you recommend they do? So, like one thing, recommendation on how to improve the people aspect, starting from you on the end.
So what I would do is just check in on people's mental health. I think that that's where the problem lies today. People have been cooped up for so long now, and are really missing that physical connection, whether they know it or not. And every one of my one-on-ones, anytime I talk to anyone, the first thing is, how are you doing? But really, how are you doing? Mm-hmm. This is not about work. How are you? And that's going to go a long, long ways, yes. And we need to keep on doing that.
Yeah, and we've seen, as part of that, just adding to that, the isolation has really caused an increase in incidents because people, they're different. Like you mentioned this, Barry, people are different when they're home. Their just whole psychology is different. And that can lead to increased incidents and we've seen increased attacks and incidents across the industry, as we've all seen with all the ransomware events that everyone has read about. So anything from you?
Yeah, I'll just add to what George said. It's a perfect setup. I feel like it's teed up for me nicely. I was going to say optimism. I think optimism can be learned. I think it has to be learned. And in this way, those of us who can get there faster give a helping hand on this, to show that this isn't about scare tactics. It's not about knowing all the different ways things are going wrong. It's about understanding that there are attackers, there are victims. And if you know something, help someone out with that knowledge, help them take a step, like whether it's with your mom or whether it's in your neighborhood. And every little step will give us more agency and more feeling of control that we can win this battle.
Barry, anything?
Yeah, and I'll cheat and give a three-pronged answer on that. One is I teach people, or tell people at least, that distraction is the enemy of security when it comes to the behavioral components. I ask them to inject within their mind the habit of skepticism with everything that they see, kind of gamify the things that you were talking about, view everything with skepticism, and then build relationships with people who can be resources. And if you adopt those things, then you have a mindset that's really going to take you into a more secure.
So if I had to combine all four answers and add my own spin to that, I would say be sincere about security, right? Yeah. You want to, right? You could easily put out controls and tell people what to do, but if you're not sincere about what you're telling them, they will sense that. Be sincere about security. Be compassionate, but be passionate about it.
And John, you mentioned not just sincere about it, but also knowing what you're solving for and helping everybody understand why we're solving and what we're solving for. I think it's
context.
Super important. Right, the context.
This is exactly the point I was going to hit. I think people ask me all the time what it takes to be a security leader today. And in my mind, it's three things. The first one is knowledge of the business, which each one of you said. You got to know what the business is trying to do. The second one is technical breadth. You still have to understand technology. But the last one, I think, might be the most important one, which is evangelism. You got to be able to sell a program with integrity, like truly believe in what you're saying. Before, security people didn't really talk that much. And now we're starting to see that trend where we're getting out there more, we're evangelizing what's happening, the importance of it, and that's going to go a long ways.
Yeah, I think the shift is definitely visible from the classic security, which is really tool and technology driven, to a blended approach where you're sort of blending the tools, the technology, and then the psychology and the sort of more human components there, right? So with that said, I'll conclude the panel. I want to thank the esteemed panel members for their participation today, and I want to thank the Nasdaq and the organization for putting together today's event for everyone. And it's nice to get out of the house, like I said. So enjoy your meals, and we'll be seeing you soon. Thank you, everyone.
Thanks, everybody.
Thanks, everyone.
Please welcome Darren Shao, Head of Technology at Norton LifeLock.
No break for you guys. Oh, wow, that's a big picture. All right, we'll just get started. So I'm Darren Show. I'm CTO of Norton LifeLock. And it's interesting because what does a CTO do? And it's different whether you're at a technology company or maybe a manufacturing company. It's fun being a CTO at a technology company because I get to expose myself to a lot of breadth and the depth through the various labs that we have and really thinking about the technology strategy. Today I want to talk to you though about privacy. And I'm really going to focus on what privacy means and the privacy paradox and what we can do about it. So sometimes I like to think about privacy as a glass house. And the old saying, what is it? Sing like nobody's listening, dance like nobody's watching. What does that really mean, to dance like nobody's watching? I was thinking about that the other day. And I have dance parties I have a 7-year-old daughter. You heard about her being in the Girl Scouts. So we have dance parties. And I'm really fortunate that there are blinds, right? This technology called curtains that are amazing. Because if my neighbors saw my dance moves, I would be terrified. It's generally about here. It's in this position here. But I want to be expressive. I want to be creative. I want to empower my daughter to have those wonderful moments and try out all these great dance moves. But when we think about privacy, and we often define it as like freedom from observation, that's why I say dance like nobody's watching. Let me ask you guys a question first. Why do we have locks on the inside of our houses? I get why we have locks on the outside of houses from a security point of view. Why do we have locks on the inside of our houses? Now, I know a few of you guys are CISOs and CIOs and stuff like that. It is not about defense in depth. That might have been the first answer for a guy like George. Yes, thanks. It's not about defense. It could be about defense in depth, but it's often about, there's times where you want to have a space where you can feel safe, right? It's a feeling of being free from judgment. It's a feeling of being able to have control, right? And that feeling of control comes from how we can set these spaces up. But I understand the defense in depth as well. So what if we were at this house, and this is not my house, it's too close to the water, but it would be lovely if I was there. I can only imagine. But also imagine that you're in this house. You're with your friends, you're with your family, and there are 177 people pressed up against the windows of this house, and they're all looking at everything you do. Maybe that's okay. Maybe it's not. And what if they're looking at everything that your family's doing? What if they're looking at everything you're doing? So when we did a survey recently, a measurement survey, we found that the average person, our average consumer, encounters 177 different tracking entities, not trackers. I'm not saying that they encounter 177 cookies on average a week, but 177 entities are observing their behaviors, learning their beliefs, and really trying to understand them better. In many ways, that can be benevolent. But what I'm here to talk about is how that we get control back. Because some of the largest trackers know half of the browsing history for almost all the users. And some of the larger trackers even understand more of that. And this digital exhaust that I have, the digital breadcrumbs of my life, tell a very, well, I hope it's an interesting story, but it definitely tells a story. It tells a story about really what distinguishes me as a person, as an individual. And it showcases my beliefs, my concerns, my worries, my hopes, right? What I want the future to hold for myself, for my family. And it's really those collections of things that, as a summation, don't make my identity, but largely inform my identity. My identity is really the flip side of privacy. It's kind of two sides of the same coin. On one side, I have that which I am, that which I profess to be, that which I hope to be. And on the other side of it are all the ways in which I can control access to that information. And it's multifaceted. If I'm an Uber driver, I may want to amplify the fact that I have a clean driving record. If I'm a physician, I may want to project that I have my medical license. So privacy, I think, is often misconstrued as how do I hide things? How do I keep things private, right? It's that connotation of that word. But in many cases, it's about selective control. How can I present who gets access to what information about me, when, and for what purpose? And as we've been on this really roller coaster in terms of acceleration, I think more and more about how we can hand back more controls back into the hands of the consumer, back into the hands of a person. And I think that's really, really what I want to do. But there's one other element about this. It's not just about people looking inside the house and seeing who I am and what I'm doing, but it's also changing what I see when I look throughout the other side of the mirror, right? Through the other lens. We did this experiment in the labs. Like I mentioned, I've got this great group of labs, Norton Labs, and the folks did something called the privacy mirror. The privacy mirror was an experiment in which they set up, and by the way, this is when my wife was pregnant with my daughter, so this was about 7 years ago. And so, and this will make sense in a second why I said that. We were doing this experiment where every time I browsed, it would set up another headless browser, right? So I would make a searching decision, like what's the best stroller in the world? And then another browser would spin up and look at what's the best car in the world. And I would keep going down this branch until we had about 1,000 or so different browsers spinning up, each taking a different branch in the road. And what was really interesting about this, and we would do it on a split screen, is it would show on one path, the path that I chose, how the world around me was being shaped and morphed. A lot of it was very interesting, right? I was getting a ton of information, not just about strollers, but also about diapers and all sorts of other cool things that are going to be useful as I was entering into first-time fatherhood. On the other hand, all the other browsers were seeing a different world, and two things really stood out to me. It wasn't just the ads, but it was also the content. The headlines were changing subtly on some of the stories I was reading. The things that were being pitched to me on social media were different. And then often, in some cases, I was getting exposed. When we ran this in 2020 during the election, we were seeing more and more disinformation campaigns as well. So it's not just about who's observing me, but how they're shaping the world in which I live in as well. So what can you do about it? Obviously, in the physical world, I'm sorry, I love this picture. In the physical world, you can go to some lengths, right? You know, we all know someone who's paying cash at the gas station still, or trying to during COVID. You can try to hide your stuff online. I actually think it's a different thing. I don't think privacy is about hiding, and it's really about controlling. There are many cases where I want to have that benefit of all the technologies that are going to make my life easier, whether it's a smart listening device in my home, or it's helping me find what I want quickly, right? But what I'm thinking about here is, what can we do about the privacy paradox? The privacy paradox talks about and this is a term coined around 2001. I should give the attribution, but I can't remember the exact name of the study. I was looking at online shopping habits. And what they found, though, in the study was that what people profess to be their privacy beliefs, there was a wide chasm, a big gap between their professed beliefs and the actions, behaviors they took online. And I think at the time in 2001, they basically would trade a lot of their information for about the price of a Big Mac, or just in general for, free food. And so that got me thinking about what that really could be. How could we close that gap? And, I talk about my daughter a lot, and she was, when she was starting soccer for pre-pandemic, she's out there running around in regular sneakers and everything. And it's fun, and they're slipping, and it's kind of like, what do they call that? Where they all gather together. It's kind of like the meatball soccer, the beehive soccer, where everybody runs the ball, and then they're all around the ball together. It's very cute. There's a lot of tripping. There's a lot of slipping. And so there's some things you can do about that. I kept thinking about soccer cleats. I remember when the first time we bought her soccer cleats after COVID, and it was amazing to see how empowered she was, right? When she could plant her foot and take that big shot. When she could go from 0 to, I don't know how fast she's running, I'm just saying 60, 0 to 60, when she is taking off from the line from the backfield to go score that. It's fun to see how any technology that we have can be used to really give someone something better, to make their lives better. And that's how technology is too. I know I'm taking something low tech here with soccer cleats, right? And fortunately, I didn't show too many brands in this shot, but there's so much that can be done. And I want the same thing to be true when we go online, when we live our digital lives, right? We're just getting back to soccer, but we're doing so much more online. So what can we do here? One of the technologies, I'll just tell you a story about what my team was looking at once. So what we were thinking about is facial recognition, right? So if we were to kind of go back to this story here, so much of during the pandemic, I was using my face to log in as a biometric identifier. I was using it to buy things online. I was using it to log in for work. And I was also consulting with governments on how they could use it for, democratic and free elections. So there was a lot of thinking around facial recognition. And we first started thinking about it in terms of, well, geez, is it secure? But quickly that turned to also, is it private? And some of the things that came out of that was a learning about how the technology that creates facial recognition, so using machine learning, there's all sorts of different ways you can do facial recognition, how we can use that to give back privacy as well. And we thought about how can we give someone back a cloak of invisibility? Maybe not all the time, but just when they want to be invisible, when they want that freedom, when they want that choice to be able to be anonymous and go online. And so what you can do is you can use a technique called an advanced machine learning technique called adversarial machine learning. Typically, adversarial machine learning we're looking at in terms of how can someone attack my machine learning models and how can I defend them? But it turns out with adversarial machine learning, I can take a selfie, and just as simple in the user's hands as doing a filter right on Insta, I can add subtle information that is almost imperceptible to the human eye, but that subtle information is almost a layer of data that can break or deny a facial recognition's ability to classify me as me. So what does this allow me to do? It allows me to put my selfie on LinkedIn or share photos with friends, and it achieves everything I want. I want to participate, I want to build relationships, I want to build that social relations that are so important to a number of our generations, but it also keeps anybody that's scraping that data from being able to use that and identify me easier. So I'm raising the bar. Is it a solution right now? No. I mean, we just put it out there just to try it. But my message is that a number of these technologies give us hope of what is possible. Using adversarial machine learning to give back privacy, I think, is an interesting thing to do. Okay, so let's go from adversarial machine learning and facial recognition privacy to kind of a day in the life, right? We all seen something like this. But what I want to do here is talk about what we're doing today for privacy and the steps that we're hopefully taking, to also what are the steps I think that we'll be taking 5 years from now, or how those steps might be taken on behalf of us and for our benefit. So the first one is, today we're logging with passwords. Maybe not all of us, but quite a few of us are still probably managing a number of passwords, hopefully using a password manager, hopefully using some kind of multi-factor authentication like a 2FA. But in the future, and you've heard some people talk about passwordless and passwordless plus MFA, I think that's fantastic. But then you think, what next? Okay, so now I'm using my biometric identifier, who I am, some aspect about me, whether it's my face, my iris, my fingerprint, also with something I own, which gives me my MFA. But now I want to think about how I'm going to be protecting my biometric identifiers going forward. It's going to be something that I need to think about more. And I'm not saying I have the answers for that yet, but I want us to be thinking about how we protect those going forward. I need to think about the privacy as kind of a flip side of security when it comes to that. I'm going to skip ahead to the doctor visit because that was a boon. Telemedicine was a boon for people during COVID, and I think it's here to stay. And what we're doing today is any form of encryption is going to help, right? Encryption helps preserve secrets. And today that's going to be using a VPN. Tomorrow, I think it could be homomorphic encryption, which is a fancy way of saying, let's keep everything encrypted at rest. Let's keep it encrypted while it's being transmitted. But let's let the doctors, the physicians, the nurses, the scientists have access to all that data without decrypting it. That's an interesting step. Or things like differential privacy. A lot of advancements there to have all the big data science that we want, but not have to expose individual characteristics or risk being de-anonymized. I'll skip to another one, ordering delivery dinner. How many of you guys have had to pull out your driver's license or some form of identification to do DoorDash, Instacart, Uber Eats, any of these things? It might have only been me, thanks Joe, that wasn't just me ordering wine during the COVID, with a nice, Italian dinner or something like that. But the idea that I had to give up so much information just to do my order delivery was great that it could happen, but I want so much more. Today, there's not as much as you can do about that, right? Maybe you had to take a picture of it and submit it to someone. And there's ways you can do that, right? So with some digital rights management. But tomorrow, there's these interesting things called like zero knowledge proofs. I know many of you might be familiar with them. For those who are not, it's a way of basically anyone proving someone to something else, proving something to someone else, like my identity, or my age without having to share the information. So it's a whole bunch of really fancy math that sits there and says, hey, look, there's a trust anchor out there. Maybe it's the DMV. And so what we can say is, yes, Darren is over the age of 21, but I don't have to give up my driver's license number, my address, my social security number, the serial number on the first blender that was a wedding gift, just to order dinner, right? Those are the things that we can get going forward, right? And so I think the big takeaway that I want is really that feeling of empowerment. And empowerment for me is like a picture like this. There's no fear here, by the way. This is like when you throw your kid up in the air. The child's not afraid, you're not afraid. You both know what's gonna happen. You're not thinking about gravity. You're not thinking about any of these kind of physics laws. You're thinking, okay, there's trust. And that's what the feeling of safety is. It's about trust. I think these technologies can bring back a number of the trust to privacy, allowing us to have all the things we want. Because the reality is, we're going to want what we want, when we want it, how we want it. We're going to want all these technology enablers, and I want them too. And I want everybody else to have them. However, I think there are small steps that we can take today, like I talked about, and then additional steps we can take in the research of technology that can allow everybody to opt in to being safe online and to having their privacy. So thanks, everybody. Really appreciated being able to speak with you today. Enjoy your lunch. That was a tough thing, being in front of lunch. All right, I think it's time for everybody to enjoy dessert, or are we still on main course here?
Everyone, please enjoy your lunch. We will resume the program at 12:40 p.m.
To the sky, I'll be your galaxy. I'm about to fly. Rain on me, tsunami. Hands up to the sky. I'll be your galaxy. I'm about to fly. Rain on me.
Ladies and gentlemen, while you enjoy your meal, please turn your attention toward the screen for a chat with Interim Executive Director Lisa Plagmeyer and Gil Schwed. Thank you.
Hi, welcome to Cybersecurity Crossroads, the intersection of information, technology, and people. We're here today at the NCSA and Nasdaq Cybersecurity Summit. And I'm joined by Gil Schwed. He's the co-founder and CEO of Checkpoint Software Technologies. He's joining us from Tel Aviv. My name is Lisa Plagmeyer. I'm the Interim Executive Director of the National Cybersecurity Alliance. Gil, can you tell us a little bit about yourself and how you got to where you are today?
Thank you. Hi, Lisa, and hi, everyone. It's a pleasure having all of you here. How I got to where I am. First, I'm now for 28 years in Checkpoint, so most of my career has been in Checkpoint. But I've started actually as a teenager as a programmer, dealt with advanced networking, installed some of the first networking systems in the country. And through that, I got the idea of when people are connecting to network, they need to protect themselves. And I had this idea about a technology that can scan traffic and filter it and analyze it and provide security for a few years. And actually, I thought it's a cool technology, but doesn't have a very attractive market, because going to large organizations that we're talking about the late 80s and the beginning of the 90s and convincing them that they need network security is a possibility, but not a very exciting market. And all of that changed in 1993 when the internet opened up from being a purely academic network to an open network. And at least sitting here in Tel Aviv, remote, and understanding that the network actually connects us together and makes the world a connected place looks to me like a huge revolution. Again, that was in 1993, and that's where I started Checkpoint. The first 2 years, by the way, I've spent my time not just programming and writing our first product, Firewall 1, but also convincing people that there is a potential on the internet. Because most of the feedback that I got was networking is great, the world is moving to network, but that internet is not a commercial market, it's an academic, it doesn't have potential. And I'm glad, I mean, we all know that the internet has changed our life and our world and connected it in a way that, again, I don't think we could have imagined that at the 90s.
Yeah, I think that's one of the things that it's kind of mind-blowing to hear stories of people saying, nah, I don't think that's going to be a big deal, right? But I'm constantly reminded every day in cybersecurity that the internet was never invented to be secure, right? It was invented to be this open exchange of information. And it's hard to imagine a time when we didn't really think anybody would use it for malicious means. But that's where we are today. So you're considered, you mentioned Firewall 1, you're considered the inventor of the modern firewall and one of the world's most experienced experts in cybersecurity wide. How has cybersecurity changed since you started your career? Did you ever think it would look like what it looks like today?
So I think that's quite interesting, because when I started, when people connected to the internet, their first question was, what about security? So they realized security is important. But back then, security was much, much simpler. It was, you protect your personal computer with an antivirus, and then you connect it to the internet. You need a firewall for the internet connection. And that was, by the way, what we call the Gen 1 and Gen 2 type of attacks. Interestingly enough, most market after 28 years, they are a mature market. In the cybersecurity, we see the opposite. We've moved since then from the second generation of attacks to the fifth generation of cyber attacks. That's where we are today. And the market today is much more sophisticated, much hotter market. And that's very, very rare that you see a technology market that after so many years is still alive and more important than it was in the early days, and less stable and actually more challenging to us. So today we need to face attacks that are far more sophisticated, that move between one vector to another. It's not getting through the network to the server and that's it. It's getting from one server through the network, through your mobile, through your cloud, until what's what we call a multi-vector attack, until it gets to the target that it wants to, and then it actually downloads the malicious payload that starts either creating damage or stealing the data or doing whatever they want. We are in a much more advanced market today, and yet we need all the basics. We need to protect all our devices, we need to protect all our networks, and we need to do it in a much more comprehensive way on the cloud, on the mobile, in the IoT, all types of endpoints and so on.
Could you have ever foreseen this way back then? I have a friend who was the first and only security person at a bank back in the late 90s or early noughts. And there was a time where his boss told him he could never see a day when there'd be more than one person doing cybersecurity at the bank. Could you have seen this coming way back then?
I mean, I think I had the right vision, because I said the internet is going to change the world, and security will be critical for that. What I couldn't imagine is at what size. It's between like 100 times to 1,000 times bigger, and they have a bigger impact than what I could imagine. And by the way, our first customers that were large companies, that were banks and so on, they actually didn't have security people. We sold the first product to the networking people that says, you know, the internet is cool, we want to send email, how do we connect and keep all these students outside our network? And that was a strong demand, but there weren't even security people. They were the networking people that thought that sending email is important. Now, I mean, today again, remember, I'm talking about 93. It's a year before the web was invented, not a year after, a year before the web.
Interesting. So let's pivot a minute and talk about something that unfortunately is still with us, the COVID pandemic. When the pandemic began, you predicted that this would also mean a cyber pandemic. So how did you see that coming? What did you mean by that? And how did you see that coming?
So first, I think the pandemic, the corona, changed or accelerated a lot of processes that we've seen coming. For example, everything moved to be digital. If before our life were like, I mean, depends where you are, but maybe it was 80% in the physical world and 20% on the virtual world in terms of shopping, entertainment, going out to work and so on. Overnight, we've suddenly shifted to 95% digital. And think about all of it. We watch movies, we do all our shoppings online, we do all our work online. And that means that the importance of securing that virtual space has gone many, many times higher. The hackers, by the way, also had plenty of time where their workplaces weren't open and they were sitting at home and thinking about that. The fact that we moved to work from home has also changed it in a huge manner, because if before our crown jewels were always secure, if you're in the bank, you're inside, no access to the network from the outside. If you're a software developer, again, in many environments, you can always access the source code from within the company premises. Maybe you can do email from home, but the crown jewel, if you're manufacturing floors, nobody has access to the manufacturing floors from the outside. And overnight, all of that changed, and the entire security envelope that we have greatly changed. And now we share the same access to the company production floor or to our source code with my daughter's teenage friends. We may be using the same computer at home. And that means that the potential for cyber attacks have gone way up. And again, all of that is happening when attacks are growing all the time and their sophistication is growing. And now just the hackers got the perfect opportunity to expand their horizon and to get to places that before it was almost impossible. Suddenly it can become possible. So I think that's kind of where we saw what we call the cyber pandemic. And that's still a risk that we need to face, because the world is, infected with many, many networks of bots and other malware that's waiting to be activated and cause damages that it's very hard to imagine.
Yeah, and it came with a lot of convenient social engineering triggers for the average user, right? Emails about the availability of PPE in the beginning, or availability of the vaccine, or it also came with a lot of emotional triggers that the bad guys can leverage. Tell me about the research that Check Point has done and the AI abilities you've got in this space.
So clearly we have a very strong research arm that's trying to see what's going on in our world, and it's unbelievable what they find, because almost everything they touch, they see how vulnerable it is and how much attacks we got. We also got many sensors around the world that capture real world data and see what's going on in the world. And we've seen over the past few years a huge increase of number of attacks. An average organization, for example, is being attacked 870 times per week, double the amount that it was a year and a half ago in 2020, before the pandemic. So clearly the number of attacks is growing. Ransomware attacks have doubled between last June and June 2020, again, almost double the amount of attacks. And we're seeing also the ransoms are going much higher. If you think about that, ransomware, it's like 3-4 years phenomena. At the beginning, ransomware attacks were, pay us $300, $700 on the computer, on consumers. Now it's became pay us $20 million or there will be no oil to the US East Coast. So clearly you can see that the attacks have moved from small, I wouldn't say amateur, but small consumer type attacks to huge attacks on our infrastructure. So clearly we see a huge increase on that. It's very hard to find them. It's very hard to detect them. We have today, just to give you the complexity of running security, we are running our products with about 60 security engines that can identify and stop attacks. Half of them, almost half of them, are now based on AI. So they can find patterns that before could have not been found. And this is huge amounts of data, because every piece of data that either we accept on our computer or running through our network is suspicious, and we have to analyze it. And I think what we found is mind-boggling. It's every piece of software, every piece of IoT or devices that we try to see have vulnerabilities in it, and the attackers are not blind to that. They know how to exploit it. And maybe even the worst part in that in the traditional war, we are in traditional defense. We know that, our enemies, usually, if you need to protect your home, you know that the burglar in the street is not very sophisticated. Their weapons are very, very basic. In cyberspace, the burglar in the street, first, it doesn't have to be in the same street. It can be usually on the other side of the world, so it's almost impossible to catch them. And second, the weapons that they have are not just sophisticated technology weapons, but are usually, but they can be the super sophisticated technology that was developed by the NSA or any other secret service in the world 2 years ago. So they got the weapons that in the real world they couldn't imagine getting. So protecting ourselves is becoming a more and more challenging work every single day.
Yeah, so technologies like AI have definitely made us more efficient and given us the ability to do more with fewer people. But the workforce shortage in our field continues to be a really hot topic, and something we want to cover in more depth today. Can you tell us about these statistics and where you think those numbers are going, the workforce shortage issue?
So clearly, I think that we don't have enough skilled workforce. Actually, we hardly have. I would say we're not even at the basic level, because there is some estimates that we'll need 3.1 more million employees just in cybersecurity. This is not a number we can have. And also, one of the challenges in cybersecurity that I would be very blunt. Nobody really understands in depth all the different attack technologies and how they work. Even us that are, that are living the day and night, the level of sophistication is huge, and mainly it changes very, very rapidly. In other fields, you can say, I know this technology, I'm familiar with it, I run this technology. In cyber, it's not that you decide that, it's the hacker decide. If they move to a new attack techniques, they're setting the rules, not us. And that's one of the big challenges. And I think on one hand, we need to constantly grow the level of education that we bring to that from all levels, from even high school and college, to let people know how to, actually, we even have programs for kids that are much younger than that, how to beware in cyberspace. how to educate people how to understand cyber policies, how to run cyber software. But at the end, it goes beyond that. It's not just the investment in education and awareness. And by the way, being in cyber today, it's one of the hottest job markets, which is kind of challenging to all of us in the industry, retaining our employees, finding the best one because the demand is so big. But what we need is to think about other ideas, and AI is one of them. And some of it is we will have to consolidate the infrastructure. A company cannot maintain security when we work from, enterprises work from anything from 12 to 55 different vendors in security. So that means that you need a lot of expert people just installing the products, not even managing security. So we will need to move to more consolidated infrastructure. We will need better technologies that actually prevent and stop the attacks. A lot of our world today is about, we detected the attack, now let's remediate it. That's too late. In many cases, the damage is already done. Way too expensive in terms of the time and efforts that we need to invest in that. So we will need to rely more and more on prevention technologies, what we call prevention first architectures. And by the way, when you have a network that works in prevention, you don't realize that you're attacked thousands of times a week because the attacks don't touch you. And we will have to develop better technologies like AI and others that will deal with the unknown attacks and with the zero-day attacks. And I think that's what we are doing. I mean, there's a lot of vendors in our industry. I think there's few of us that actually work on consolidating, preventing, and doing that. And by the way, in many cases, cooperating, utilizing, or acquiring technologies that are developed by others.
Yeah, I think you made some really good points about being more efficient and effective. I hear a lot of people bemoaning the workforce shortage, but I think in the meantime, before we can educate people as we, beef up our education programs and have more people graduating with the right degrees, we've got to get more efficient and effective in the meantime. Are you optimistic about that problem, the workforce shortage?
Actually, I'm optimistic about that. I think that we will have shortage, which again, some people can say it's bad, some people say it's good. It depends which direction you're looking at it. I think it will encourage companies to get more technologies and technologies that are more, as I said, simpler to use, more consolidating and prevent the attacks. That's critical. By the way, it was always critical. I think it's more critical now than ever. I think it's good in terms of attracting good talent to our industry, from the standpoint that, if the market is that hot and if there's a lot of work and it's considered, big in forefront of technology, we can attract better talent. And for the people that are coming to work in our industry, that means that they'll have better jobs, better paying jobs, good demand. So, I mean, it's not necessarily bad for industry. I think for us as vendors, it will push us very, very hard to develop better technologies. We will need that. I think that's what we are challenging ourselves with every day. By the way, when I started Checkpoint, I have the same vision. It just became 100 times more complicated. I say security is very complicated, very technical. My job is A, provide the best security and stop the attacks, leaving them out, and B, make it super simple. Now in Firewall 1 version 1.0 that I had, very proud of writing it and making it happen. I invested a lot of my time making it super simple, and I could install it in 10 minutes, which was back then, by the way, revolutionary. Back then it was, first user interface with a mouse and the icons. Today it sounds, trivial, but back then we said security is not something that you do. It's not a game. You don't do it with icons and colors. And it was important because that made it accessible. Instead of installing it in 2 or 3 weeks and managing people full-time maintaining that, could install it in, less than an hour, the installation 10 minutes, but configuration, everything less than an hour, and almost very little maintenance to follow up. That remains the challenge, except that now the product is 100 times more complicated. And when I challenge my people today, it's on both sides, make it, more secure, the best security, of course, and on one hand, and B, make it very, very simple. And we're challenged with both, and I think we're dealing with them quite well. I think we can still keep our top place in the industry in terms of being the best security and the simpler to use.
Yeah, I mean, the best security is the security that you use. I mean, there's too many tools that get purchased and not installed but not configured. So keeping it simple is definitely important. Are there any other trends that you want to share with us today before we leave? Any other insight you have into what you see happening in the future?
I think first, I mean, we know that the attacks will get more sophisticated. We know that we will face some cyber pandemic type attacks that we've never seen before. I think the message to everyone is most enterprises today, and I hate to say that, are kind of Gen 3.5 level in terms of their protection, and the attacks are at Gen 5. So yes, we need to ramp up and make the jump, not just say it will take us many years, because if we will get to Gen 5 in 5 years, the attackers will get to Gen 6 or 7 in that time. So we need to make that leap now. And it's, by the way, sometimes it's not necessarily even about buying more. Sometimes it's about activating what you have. Sometimes it's about upgrading in security. You can't be 2 versions behind. You need, because the current version handles the current attacks. So you need to be on the latest version. So I think that's one message that everybody needs to know. We need to jump to Gen 5. We will see more consolidation in our industry. We need to put what I call prevention first architecture. There's no other way. If you detected an attack 10 minutes after it hits you, it's too late. Especially on the cloud, especially on things like that. Another message is mobile devices. I mean, these are some of the simpler ways to protect the mobile devices. And yet between 1% to 3% of enterprises actually protect their mobiles. And putting an MDM or device management is not securing the device. It's important too, but it's something else. So we need to look at the entire security envelope of the entire universe, put one architecture and make it work. And I think, by the way, it's make our life more interesting, because it's not dealing with pinpointing a single technology or a single challenge, but it's looking at the bigger picture. And yet it needs to be composed of a lot of technologies that work together, that are well integrated and carry the work. And I think for us people in the cybersecurity, it's going to be interesting, it's going to be challenging, sometimes stressful. It's also something we deal with, but I think I look at it as positive challenges.
Thank you very much, Gil. It was really nice to take a look back and a look forward with you. Thanks for chatting with us.
Thank you very much, Lisa, and thanks everyone. Really enjoyed it. Thank you.
Please welcome David Behan, Chief Information Officer at La-Z-Boy, and panelists for Global Information Sharing to Disarm Cybercriminals.
Good afternoon, everybody. We're going to talk, we have a very esteemed panel with us today. They were asking, should I stand or sit? And I said, well, if the chairs aren't La-Z-Boy, I'm standing. So clearly I'm standing. Anyway, just kidding. We have a great panel here today. We're going to jump right into it. I'm going to ask each one of them to take 10 seconds to introduce themselves. We're going to start with Camille.
Hello, everyone. My name is Camille Stewart. I'm the Global Head of Product Security Strategy at Google and have worked all over the public and private sectors on security.
Hi, Elena Clark. I'm the Assistant Director for Stakeholder Engagement with CISA, and it is so nice to be back with people because this is the priority that I have is working with our private sector and state and local partners. So thanks for having me here today.
Hi, everyone. I'm Lauren Zabrick. I am the Executive Director of the Cyber Project at the Harvard Kennedy School's Belfer Center. Long career in military, government, private sector, and now academia. So I'm trying to represent all the sectors.
Hi, Rich Bache. I'm Senior Vice President, Global Chief Information Security Officer at AIG. Had the opportunity of been doing information security at the national security level with the government, the vendor level, McAfee, Network Associates, big consulting, Deloitte. And it's my third time being Chief Information Security Officer.
So welcome. This is going to be a great conversation. Also, before we start, if you have a burning question that you want to ask the panel while we're talking, please raise your hand We will get the crowd engaged early and often. How's that? All right. Lisa, put your hand down, or don't put your hand down. So information sharing, it's, we all have public and private sector backgrounds. Information sharing has been something that we've been talking about forever. And so it's a really important topic. And how are we going to get better at it? And are we getting better at it? And that's sort of the conversation today. Rich, I'm going to start with you, though. There have been a number of large cybersecurity threats and attacks this year, as we all know. In general, do you think the cybersecurity industry is doing a good job of learning from these incidents?
I do think there's other opportunity, but let's break it down. So first off, thank you to the media, right, for helping us educate the globe on the importance and all the different incidents, so that helps. Our current administration is doing a great job of getting out in front and launching initiatives and keeping these things front and center, in particular, obviously, ransomware. And third, then we have also DHS, within DHS, the CISO organization, which has really done a good job of furthering their communication, but also creating resource pages to help small and medium businesses and large enterprises on actions they need to take around ransomware and insider threat. And then you take it down to the vendors. So the vendors use these breaches and these informations to really home tune their roadmaps. Unfortunately, it's more reactive than proactive, but it still helps strengthen the industry, because a lot of the exploits that we see in organizations that fall victim are the same types of things. So defense in depth with the various vendor products, can help. And then ultimately, organizations are responding to this. If you look at some of the statistics lately as it relates to the expenditure expected, this coming year for information security, most organizations are predicting, high single growth and also some double-digit growth to their cybersecurity budgets, which are all being driven by, obviously, all the breaches that are coming out. And then specifically to how the industry has been responding to it, DHS CISA, again, has put up many different tools. But in addition to that, the National Infrastructure Advisory Council put out a concept called the Critical Infrastructure Command Center, which was really focused on taking public-private information sharing and operationalizing it, really pushing to use innovation and pushing innovation out there, because although we're learning and we're educating and we're providing awareness, what the industry actually needs is scripts and tools, because large enterprises have budgets and people and skills. The small and medium business and smaller echelon enterprises don't. So I'd hope we could see more public-private partnership of innovation that's coming out that helps when either before, preferably before an issue, but post-issue, and hoping that some of the work that DHS is doing, in particular with the JCDC, Joint Cyber Defense Center, hopefully will kind of materialize that and begin to push out some of that innovation in those tools.
Yeah, I'd love to add something too on that. Just taking a step further, I think we could do a much better job at it, because right now we don't have those mandatory reporting requirements. And so we don't have an accurate picture of the landscape. We don't know exactly what's going on all over the place. So implementing that, I think, would go a long way to helping us to learn from these incidents. And then also, too, I'll do a quick plug. One of my fellows, Rob Kanaki, is working on this Cyber Lessons Learned project. So I think that's going to be even more exciting there.
Thank you. Camille, I'm going to shift to you. So how can a partnership between government, education, and business elevate our cyber response tactics as a whole?
So I'm going to pull the thread on the last question too. One of the things that I think we need to invest more in is making sure that individuals are a part of this information sharing work that we're doing as well, and connecting individuals to these national security and large cybersecurity outcomes. This is an opportunity for us to make sure that people actually understand what's going on, right? Yes, the media is covering it, but have they talked about how it is showing up very directly in their lives? That ransomware attack at your school, did the connection get made about exactly what that meant for the lives of the students, for the parents, and how they could go about their day? And so I think that's an opportunity for us to pull all of that together. So information sharing between public sector, private sector, academia is important because each one gets a different piece of the puzzle. Academia can deep dive on what's happening and strategically think into the future in ways that you might not get the room to do at a company or in government. Government gets access to certain information that the private sector doesn't, and the private sector is on the front lines of much of this work. And the coming together of all those sources of information, those insights, those skill sets, new technology and capabilities is ripe for opportunity, particularly when it feels collaborative and is trust-informed and centers on people. People are at the center of this, right? Like people are the malicious actors, and people are also the users we seek to protect and the operators. And so information sharing has the opportunity to really pull together the strengths of each sector so that we can make better strides towards securing our society.
So I'm gonna elaborate a little bit on that. Who in your mind, and anyone can answer this question too, who in your mind though should lead that conversation? Because we might have a lot of people just kind of communicating, but are they communicating together? And I love your idea, government, education, and business working together and making it really a personal experience, but who should be leading it?
So one of the things that I like about the JCDC that Rich just mentioned is that it doesn't seem to be intended to be government-led or private sector-led or academia-led. They are co-leading this effort, right? It brings together the interagency, which I think is really important to bring together all the players across government. It's bringing together the private sector. And that conversation where there is joint ownership and strategy that is co-developed, I think is a ripe opportunity for progress because quite frankly, which is why I think you're asking this question, it's been really hard to have an entity take the lead and to really drive this forward because of some of the trust silos that we've had traditionally. And so this co-ownership, I think, has the opportunity to really drive us forward.
So Dave, I like to say history repeats itself, and sometimes in cyber we tend to think it's so unique, but to actually move the ball forward, using things we've done in the past. So I'll show my age a little bit here. Those of you might remember the public broadcast of the Indian with the tear showing like garbage rolling through the streets, and then go into the 70s. You had Arnold Schwarzenegger really being a spokesperson for like fitness, right? So to answer your question regarding ownership, I'm not sure what it is. Maybe some type of public broadcast system type of thing. Or maybe you, David, could be the face of it. But I think it's important somehow to develop some type of cyber icon, right? To be that face, whether that be fictitious or not. Because I think, like, Camille says, it really has to be a personal level. We've got to get our personal security and awareness up to the right level, since we are probably the weakest links in any enterprise.
Anyone else want to add to that one? No? Any questions from the audience yet? We're just going to wait until you have one. No, I'm just kidding. All right, so Elena, let's go to you. And again, thinking about all those partnerships and things like that, and Camille really set up the JCDs. That was great. I love that. Let's start with by saying, what are the CISA's top priorities related to information sharing and cybersecurity right now with the new administration and everything? What are your priorities?
Sure. So the JCDC is, I would say the top priority. So the Joint Cyber Defense Collaborative, and thank you both for plugging it before I even got to say it myself. It is really focused on not information sharing, but information collaboration. And it's very unique. CISA's mission is to manage, to understand, manage, and reduce risk to cyber and physical critical infrastructure, and that's truly what the JCDC embodies. And it's bringing together federal partners and private sector partners to the table to plan, to prioritize, and to truly do that collective defense operations. And I think that's a key piece, is that defense operations together. And you have the unique federal talent and authorities at the table, with then the power of the private sector, and that truly helps to just have that common threat picture and common operating picture that we need. So we stood this up originally with internet service providers, cloud service providers, and cybersecurity companies, and we will definitely be looking to expand that as we focus on certain types of sprints and working across different sectors. So the one thing I would urge partners that are here in the room or listening is, if we haven't sat down with you yet to talk through the JCDC with you, please reach out so that we can get you up to speed, get you and your leadership at the table so you can understand how you can then benefit from this cyber defense collaboration that we're doing. There was a great article in the New York Times this week. I talked with the board about it yesterday, and it really talked to what kind of happened over the past couple of months with ransomware and just that power, again, of the private sector working with government and how we were then able to reduce risk at scale. And that's really what we're trying to do with the JCDC. It's not just helping big companies, but it's really helping those small, medium businesses, state and local partners, international partners to help reduce the risk against the threat actors. So this is one of our top priorities right now.
So lazy boy, right? How would we become involved in JCDC? And I know you're talking about it might be out in the future a little bit, but not only in the JCDC, but how do companies become more involved in programs with DHS, like a lazy boy, a manufacturer, retailer, right?
Absolutely.
And some of the other programs that you guys are focused on as well.
So if you're already connected in with CISA and receiving different types of information sharing from us, you're probably already benefiting from it. You might not even know it.
I know it.
And again, I think this article that came out recently really highlighted how partners were benefiting from this larger effort. So you're probably already benefiting from it. So if you're not connected in with CISA and any of our just day-to-day information sharing programs, would recommend you do that, because then you will definitely be force multiplier in this JCDC effort.
That's great. No, I mean, I think it's, again, information sharing, but collaboration, government, education, and business all working together. I think it's great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions from the audience yet? I would like someone to have a question soon, please. Okay. Lauren, let's go to you. You have a tremendously interesting background. Congratulations on that. Through your personal experiences, how have you seen partnerships in the cybersecurity field make us stronger? And give us maybe a couple of examples of that.
So I'll just caveat this by saying a lot of my government and military experience was not cyber at all. And when I came to cyber, I just left government. I was doing counterterrorism work and deploying and all that. So came to Recorded Future, actually, a threat intelligence company, just brand new. Started as a sales engineer. But that was at a time when it was early 2016, late 2015, and I think the landscape we got to see was like really changing. I think a lot of companies were starting to think, oh, wow, this is something that we have to do, something that we have to invest in. I then moved over to start our public sector team, and so really was able to see firsthand the benefits of partnership between the private sector, where we're able to provide threat intelligence to entities in the public sector. And I think when governments can really leverage expertise and especially technological solutions from the private sector, when we can gain that scale, I think that's when it's really helpful for governments, and then of course for private sector when you can help to leverage that policy-making apparatus, rule-making, resources, and that weight behind these initiatives in the government. I think there's a lot of power there. If we can do this from a institutional perspective, right, not just ad hoc, and I think the JCDC really goes a long way to helping that. But I would say I would love to see state and local get a lot more love there, right? Because we talk a lot about the federal government and the private sector, and as we know, state and local doesn't have all the resources and the funding, or the as much of that expertise there too. So I'd love to see more of a focus on that.
Yeah, as a former state CIO, a lot of the things are local, and so. Right. but the partnerships between the federal government and government education business has been really critical going forward. Are there other programs at Harvard that companies who are listening today could really gravitate to, or Harvard-like institutions? Do you know of any that would allow for us to be better partners as we think about this global information sharing thing we're all trying to do?
Sure. So at Harvard, there's a number of schools, right? So you have the Kennedy School, the Business School, the Law School, and I'm loath to admit this, but the Law School does have the Berkman Klein Center, and I say that because they have the domain cyber.harvard.edu, but they're great. Jonathan Zittrain, David O'Brien, et cetera. Where I would really love to see, more of that cyber focus is actually at the business school. There's a digital initiative led by David Homa, but, where so much, especially in the private sector, is focused on business and market incentives to, increase security. I'd love to see more of a focus there. But at the Kennedy School itself, where I work, we have the Cyber Project, and we have a number of other initiatives and centers, such as the Shorenstein Center, for instance, a lot of focus on like disinformation, misinformation. The Technology and Public Purpose Project, that's directly under Ash Carter, for instance. So definitely a number of places to plug in, I guess you can say, and collaborate.
Hey, Dave, I would like to take the opportunity, though, just because maybe people are unaware. I think we have a crazy amount of opportunities for information sharing. So many states have fusion centers themselves where information sharing is going on. The industries, most of the critical infrastructure industries all have their own ISACs. So you have that going on. You have some industries doing even advanced stuff, looking at systemic risks, in particular, like the ARC, which is power, energy, and finances. And then obviously you get at the level of the FBI has local sharing and regional sharing and distributions, and you get information that particular way. DHS has their sharing mechanisms. And then when you go broader than that, right? The UK has a sharing center, Australia has a sharing center. So a lot of our Five Eyes partners have actual intelligence sharing and cyber intelligence entities in place today. And from the state level, a lot of the states are using their National Guard to help out with a lot of that. So I think a big part of it, at least in some of the analysis we did on the NIAC project, is when you lay out all those puzzle pieces, it's not a matter of not having enough sharing. There's probably too many mechanisms in place. So hopefully when the JCDC gets up and running, also it'll streamline some of that, because it gets kind of frustrating when you're getting information from 5 different elements, and sometimes the information is not the same, right? So I don't think we have a problem with the actual sharing. I think we have to streamline it and then put more action around it so that the small to medium businesses can actually do something. Because there's nothing worse than getting some information and going, I have no idea what this is, nor how would I answer this question. So.
Yeah. If you don't mind, I'll just add. So one thing with CISA, we do have a field force. So we're not just located in DC. So we have cybersecurity advisors and physical security advisors that are in the backyards of small and medium businesses and our state and local partners, working with fusion centers. So really trying to help locally, because it is challenging when you're getting this information coming from DC and you're like, what does this actually mean? So we do have folks that are in the field that can help navigate the various tools, the resources, and the best places to plug in.
Yeah, and I think, Rich, to your point, there's a ton of sharing, and it is true. And I think some of the secrets, if you're not in government or if you haven't had a public sector background, you may not know all of that. And so there is a ton of opportunities there between government, education, and business. Like if you think about even states, there's a National Governance Association as well. There's a National Association of State CIOs. They're all sharing information around this. And so the work that's being done is great. It's how do we streamline it? How do we make sure we're getting it there? And it sounds like DHS is doing a great job doing that.
Yeah, I'd love to add, one of the things that the variety of avenues for information sharing has created is trust silos. So people are sharing in their industry bubble, they're sharing amongst the people that they know. And so one of the things that I hope JCDC does, and some of the other grassroots programs like Lauren and I share the mic in cyber, is to break down those trust silos. have people talking across industries, across fields, across backgrounds, across states, across, urban diversity, all of those things, because what scares me most is that we're sharing, but we're sharing in these silos, and that doesn't actually help us very much because we have so much to learn from our counterparts in other industries and other spaces.
Yeah, and I think that's pretty common, right? I mean, even like organizations like the National Cybersecurity Alliance. We have an organization, Lisa, thank you, that, brings in different companies from public, private, Lazy Boy was never a member, right? But cybersecurity is such an important topic for everybody. Now we became a member. And so I think your point is there, spot on about we're all sharing. We're sharing with our manufacturing partners. We're sharing with our insurance partners. We need to start sharing better together. So that leads right to another question for all of you, actually, to answer this one. What can be done to achieve a better information exchange dynamic in the future? Camille, you set it up, so I'm going to start with you.
I mean, stop only talking to people who are doing the work that you're doing. You cannot only talk to other cloud service providers or only, other manufacturers. You've got to be talking across lines, as we're seeing with these rampant ransomware attacks and indiscriminate supply chain attacks. The attacks that are happening in one place are happening to us all, and we can learn so much from each other and how each other rebounds and the resilience efforts that we've got. So I want us to just open up the channels that are already there.
All right, Camille, let's stay with that for a second. Are there any really good examples, and that's to everybody, any really good examples of that happening that you guys can think of right now?
I think the JCDC has the opportunity to be that. We're going to see it continue to evolve. I mean, I think Share the Mic in Cyber is a great opportunity at an individual level to connect new communities and new people. I think that there are some efforts out of universities like Harvard to kind of bring people together across different topic areas, which I think is an interesting way to think about it as well. But it has to be more pervasive than that, right? Because then that still creates a silo around we're all IR professionals, or we're all, looking at threat intelligence. So we've got to get a little more creative.
I would say from CISA's perspective, this is why there's an entire division focused on stakeholders. It's not stakeholders with one particular background or another. It's also why, from a field perspective, everybody is now together and reporting up through similar chains of command. So we're trying to look at this from a holistic perspective, and not just you have a cyber background, you have a physical background, or emergency communications. So trying to look across disciplinary, look at grassroots efforts as well, not just the normal associations or groups that we might be working with, but where else can we get this out there from a grassroots perspective as well?
Yeah, and if it was easy, they wouldn't need us, right?
Yeah.
This is a difficult topic. It's hard.
Yep.
So, David, I wrote a whole paper on this.
He's going to talk about our dissertation.
I gotta catch a plane.
But I'll just distill it down to three things that we observed when we were doing our research, and we had started back in November of 2019 on this. But it really, when I started this, I took my experience, from the intelligence community, from the counterterrorism work, and I was thinking, what can we do? So first, structures. Policies and structures, I think, are really key to getting this to happen, systemically, right, across all sectors and on a regular basis, not just ad hoc. So that team of teams approach. So again, counterterrorism, sorry. Sitting people together, as Camille said, building those trust bridges, getting people out of their silos, getting people to talk across sectors. Right now, a lot of people out in private sector, they don't know who to go to or what will happen if they go to someone, say maybe the FBI or something. They just, getting that kind of more regular interaction. And within that, there's sort of that culture shift. How can we get to, where we are now, which is more like siloed, to more of a trust is the norm kind of posture. Two, there's so much data out there in countless networks. It's all siloed. We need to be able to get it all together. We need to collect it. We need to process it so that is shareable, and I'll quote General Alexander from IronNet, but at speed and at scale, right? Apply analytics on it so we can start to triage and understand what's going on across sectors, have that common operational picture. And then really figure out the policies and the laws needed to facilitate better exchange, right? So making it easier, trying to knock out some of that paperwork, the mandatory reporting requirements, breach notifications, things like that. But, you know, above all, getting people and information out of those silos, as Camille was saying.
You know, so first off, you know, I always say, stay calm, cyber on, right? Everything's going to be okay. You know, unfortunately, a large portion of the information sharing that's going on is informational. It's not actionable. So, you know, to where we can get better at is making sure that when the information is being crafted that's going to be shared, playing it back, right? So as a CISO, as you can imagine, there's more than enough media stories that come across and board members who read something about something, they ask you about it. And it always comes, the first question always is, so what? Like, what does it mean? Great, it's informational. But I would say, you know, right today, we have a lot of information sharing that's going on, but it falls to deaf ears because there's no action tagged to it like there should be in some instances. I mean, you know, it's great we keep talking about all the ransomware actors, right? But the real action is okay, is there some type of TTP or IOC I should be incorporating to discover these individuals and do different things with? So I would say an opportunity for us with our information sharing is the so what piece of the information when it goes out.
Yeah, that's great. Any questions? Yes. I'll help you out. There you go. All right. Live example, SolarWinds. Good example, bad example. What do we think about information sharing? From my perspective, trending in the right direction. Now, I will say that's caveat depending on what information streams you had access to for it. But what I liked about what I observed from the SolarWinds standpoint was when the information started being shared. We won't talk about the timeliness. We'll just say when it started being shared, at least the streams that I was on, the conversations that I are on, were very much around. This is how you find it. This is what you can do, and this is the importance of it. So it was you know, it was good from that standpoint. But there's also opportunity there, right? Because you know, the real question is, you know, people want to know is, do I keep SolarWinds in my environment or I don't? That's a very difficult conversation for government or anybody to say because of the risk. But what I did like was there was actually some action tagged to it once it started coming out.
So I'll just add from the government perspective, you know, as soon as we were getting information, we were getting it out. And I've been with the department for about 15, 16 years now. This was the fastest I've seen information turn from our hands out to the public, to the private sector, to state and local governments. So that I thought was really impressive. And there will actually be a review of SolarWinds by the Cyber Safety Review Board once it is stood up. I think you probably are intimately familiar with it, with some of the work Rob's been doing. So there will be a review, and it will be with industry and government at the table together, going through that.
And I remember reading some articles, you know, where there were a couple people who kind of caught some anomalous activity, and they're like, this seems weird, but they didn't necessarily know where to send it or what to do with it. So again, I think, you know, the structures, right, and I think the review will help to look at what happened there and then start to improve, you know, those processes going forward, kind of like a safety thing, right?
And you know, I think that's a great, you know, kind of supporting what we talked about. So again, the intelligence today, there's a lot, but you know, in the intelligence apparatus of the government, right, you also rate and review your intelligence. Like it's great, but if there's no action associated with it, so you know, something that might, you know, be good from an industry standpoint or even a government standpoint is okay. So in the past year with the intelligence that we shared, you know, how much of it was actionable, how much it was as informational, you know, how did people rate the intelligence? What are our customers doing with the intelligence? Is it actionable? So, you know, if there's a review of SolarWinds going on, you know, I think in general, if you look at the entire, what has been communicated, you know, we'll call it to the industries, you know, what resulted as a result of the intelligence that has been shared?
Yeah, question.
Yeah, so I call it the privacy paradox, right? You have every state in our country, you have every around the world that has different privacy laws. And under the federal government, they're more focused on information sharing. In fact, the Financial Crimes Act is going to make it mandatory. Aren't those things in conflict?
So I think that's a great question. That's something that we've thought a little bit about. And I'm actually working on a project right now that's looking at a national data privacy legislation. But I think there's a way that you can do it. So in our paper, we talk a lot about how right now the burden of minimization is on the private sector entity itself, right? And that's a lot. That's a lot to deal with. But what if you had a solution that just automatically minimized that data, kind of stripped the personal stuff out? And I know I'm speaking very broadly here. I know there's a lot of nuance there. And that way, it could ensure that you're, doing it in a way that's safe and protecting that privacy. But I think it's an appropriate concern.
Leave it up to Harvard and Lauren to figure it out.
I'm going to add that to our list for our legislative concerns. So thank you.
Well, we're running out of time. So I'm going to ask one quick question, maybe a 10-second response from all of you. Is if you were the power of all people and you could do whatever you wanted to do to improve global information sharing, what would that one thing be? And we'll start with you, Camille.
Clarity of information. I think there are too many organizations that don't exactly know where to turn, how to plug in, what's at their disposal, and the benefits of being part of information sharing. So I would enable that both through legislation to clarify so folks know what the boundaries are and where they could run into trouble, but also just almost like a PR campaign so that folks know what DHS is doing and know how to plug in the FBI. I mean, at a base level, we need more of that.
So I'm going to plug our Cyber Summit today because it's the power of partnership. So it is just coming to the table, connecting with CISA. And my top priority is just getting out there, getting our name to partners, to individuals that don't know us, both domestically and internationally. And I know we've touched on international partners here, but they're so key to this as well. So just, that power of partnership and bringing folks to the table.
So I'm also writing a paper on this right now.
Oh boy.
Again, I think it still comes down to, the structures and the policies, right? And, I look at, there's a new thing out of the European Union called the Joint Cyber Unit, and it seems so comprehensive, right? You have all these directorates that do, X, Y, and Z connected to Europol, et cetera. I'd love to see a Five Eyes group like that. I know that they have the FELEG, the Five Eyes Law Enforcement Group, but something broader, more operationalization of norms, communication, et cetera. So building out, again, those structures and ways for people to connect.
Big red easy button. So one place to go, whether you're inputting information or getting information. And then once you get through the easy button, the front door, then each of the agencies, state, local, federal, international, can then have their own types of things. But by far, people are most confused about where do I go to submit, where do I go to get. Collectively, we should just kind of outsource a portal, one portal, and then from there, everybody else can be on the inside of that portal, and that's where you go to, because I think that would solve a lot of our issues.
Mine would be starting an organization with the four of you running it, because as we think about global information sharing, it's difficult, it's hard, it's a team sport, but I can tell you, we should all feel pretty good about the leadership here that's sitting on this panel, because let's give them a round of applause. Thank you very much for today. Thank you for your leadership.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a short break and we'll reconvene in 5 minutes.
Soon we'll be having fun.
street. Country boys is back. It's 6 o'clock. It's time to have a good day.
I got up this morning and I said I'm gonna do something for the United Streets of America. So I got Nappy Roots in here. I got Big Al 360 in here. This is Greg Street certified. And today, yeah, you're gonna see another street boy playing piano. And all my homies wanna ride today. And all these homies look fly today. And all we wanna do is get by today. Hey, we're gonna have a good day. And ain't nobody got a cry today. 'Cause ain't nobody gonna die today. Save that trouble for another day. Hey, we're gonna have a good day. Hairline fresh, new cologne on. Feeling so good, change the color to my phone. Orange Kool-Aid, go good with Patron. No, hell no. It's still my ringtone, free car wash. Had to clean up the Dodge. Give back when I can, just playing my part. Church folks had a fish fry. Mustard, hot sauce, light bread, french fries. Love for the big guy. Hit the park, boys showing off their house. Nappy Roots on the radio. And you knew it about last night to hit the big three. Bought some Air Force Ones. Oh, tall cheese, man, I'm loving Big G. And all my homies gonna ride today. And all these homies look fly today. And all we wanna do is get by today. Hey, we're gonna have a good day. And ain't nobody got a cry today. 'Cause ain't nobody gonna die today. Save that trouble for another day. Hey, we're gonna have a good day. And I ain't finna worry about what nobody say. 'Cause I'm still above ground, and that's the reason I pray. Got my car cleaned up, now I'm ready to play. Make a call to the sticks, say I'm headed that way. Heard my cousin cooking out, I gotta get me a plate. Got this new outfit, ain't even out in the States. So I ain't speaking too soon, but this is a hell of a day. And the sticky got me sitting in a hell of a place. Got my stunner shades on and a grin on my face. No real looks mean, but I swear I'm straight. And the hood showing love, so I'm A-OK. Hey. And all my homies gonna ride today. And all these homies look fly today. And all we wanna do is get by today. Hey, we're gonna have a good day. And ain't nobody got a cry today. 'Cause ain't nobody gonna die today. Save that trouble for another day. Hey, we're gonna have a good day.
We might as well do exactly what the children say. Take the day off, hit the park and just hang. Barbecue, roll a few and put up the deuces. And if it's beef, put the piece down, throw up your dukes. It's time to change our ways so we can save the day. For the children's sake and make a better place to play. If it's all good, we got your coupe and grip your wood. And if you're riding dirty, like just flip and blow you. But do it real big, exactly like a player should. Enjoy your 24, do your thing and rep your hood. The world is all yours, but still we all grind forever. In the day, the choice you make is really all fine. And all my homies gonna ride today. And all these homies look fly today. And all we wanna do is get by today. Hey, we're gonna have a good day. And ain't nobody got a cry today. 'Cause ain't nobody gonna die today. Save that trouble for another day. Hey, we're gonna have a good day. And all my homies gonna ride today. And all these homies look fly today. And all we wanna do is get by today. Hey, we're gonna have a good day. And ain't nobody got a cry today. 'Cause ain't nobody gonna die today. You can save that trouble for another day. Hey, we're gonna have a good day.
treat me just like a child. And they say I'm so shy, yeah. But with you, I just go wild. Ooh, I didn't wanna pressure you, baby. All I ever wanted to do, I wanna be your lover. I wanna be the only one that makes you come running. I wanna be your lover. I wanna turn you on, turn you out all night long, make you shout, my lover, yeah. I wanna be the only one you come for, yeah.
Please welcome Jeanette Manfra, Director of Risk and Compliance at Google Cloud.
Hi, welcome to Cybersecurity Crossroads, the intersection of information, technology, and people. We're here today at the NCSA and Nasdaq Cybersecurity.
And I'm the Director of Risk and Compliance at Google Cloud. Thanks so much to the National Cybersecurity Alliance and Nasdaq for having me here today. It's great to virtually be here with all of you to discuss important topics like our current state of security and ways you all can enable security transformation with the cloud in your own organizations. Prior to joining Google Cloud about a year and a half ago, I spent roughly 20 years in the public sector in various security roles, first in the Army and then at the Department of Homeland Security, where I spent a great deal of time working with a lot of great colleagues to establish the Cyber and Infrastructure Security Agency. My last job before I left the government was as the Assistant Director for Cybersecurity Division within CISA. While I was there in the government, I eventually realized that we were at a disadvantage. We didn't just have these legacy systems to deal with, but we also had a legacy mindset. Our policies and capabilities were really reliant on a perimeter-based approach to defense. And this was really hampering the government, and frankly, it happens a lot to a lot of organizations. So I spent my last few years in the government doing my best to modernize this approach to security and supporting the many people who share this vision and continue to do so. Security has really risen to the forefront of concerns for enterprises and governments globally. Attacks are ripping across our software supply chain, zero-day issues in widely used email services, and ransomware attacks on critical infrastructure industries are evidence that our adversaries are not only getting bolder, but they're becoming more successful and unfortunately more prevalent. 10 years ago at Google, we undertook a major initiative to reshape security within our organization when we found a nation-state actor in our systems. It happens to everybody. But the important thing is to learn from it. So we were able to detect the intruders, but we recognized that going forward, we had to expand our thinking about the threat landscape and to rapidly and continuously evolve our security approach to keep us ahead of attackers. We worked to address the root of the vulnerabilities that attackers would seek to exploit in our environment so we could eliminate entire classes of threats that we faced, which is something when you're a company at the scale of Google, you can actually do. But perhaps most importantly, we embraced the mindset that security is not static. We knew we needed to continuously reevaluate and reshape our thinking and align our processes and technology to our current understanding of the situation to accomplish our security goals. Today, we continue to operate with the same mindset, one where strong security doesn't come via a box or a magical product. Instead, it's the result of a continuous refinement process that's embedded into our culture, delivering resiliency for long-term change. By making all of our products secure by default, both the ones we use internally and the ones we provide for our customers, we keep more people safe than anyone else in the world. So today, I want to talk to you about how you and your organization can implement a similarly successful security transformation. So the first thing that organizations need to do is to create a sustainable, secure environment for your security transformation, and by doing that via modernizing your IT environment. There have been a lot of cases over the last decade in particular where companies have invested a lot in cybersecurity or security products, but have not upgraded their overall IT infrastructure or modernized their approach to software development. This is like building on a foundation of sand. It might look okay initially, but it is going to degrade over time. Companies and governments are getting more mature, of course, and we're happy to see that, but there's still many organizations that are still having challenges from moving from the old to the new while still trying to sustain their day-to-day operations. We strongly support modernizing computing systems, making security simple and scalable by default, and adopting best practices like zero trust frameworks. As we saw with recent attacks like the Microsoft Exchange proprietary systems and restrictions on interoperability and data portability can amplify a network's vulnerability. This can help an attacker scale up their efforts. Being tied to a single legacy system also keeps public sector agencies and many businesses from taking advantage of the latest cloud-based security solutions. Public and private sector organizations need to stop defending indefensible systems, the same ones they've been reliant on for decades. We need a modern mindset to address these evolving threats. Moving to the cloud enables governments to take advantage of cloud-based protections that provide security across the software stack and through the entire information processing lifecycle. So cloud is often about moving because it may be cheaper or you're trying to enhance your data center capacity, but so much of it is about the added security capabilities that you can obtain as an organization. But you have to let go of your traditional security perimeter model. You can direct investments into architectures and models that leverage zero trust concept, which of course can dramatically increase the security of your technology much more broadly. So I want to focus a bit on zero trust, which has become a bit of a buzzword the last few years, but it's such an important concept, and I'm really happy to see government organizations, businesses globally adopt this mindset. And it is very important to understand that it is a mindset, it is a strategy, it is not a set of products. You are not going to buy zero trust. It is something that you have to change within yourself as a security leader, but also within your organization. And it's such a difficult concept, of course, to define, let alone even achieve. But the core of a zero trust approach is the idea that's embodied in this quote right here. Implicit trust in any single component of a complex interconnected system, like the ones we all have to run on a regular basis, can create serious security risks. So instead, trust needs to be established via multiple mechanisms and then verified continuously. As I mentioned, we've been working on zero trust for more than a decade at Google, where we've applied it to most aspects of our operations. In fact, we developed it based off of that nation-state attack, where we had a security insight that the location of your network doesn't really grant you additional security privileges. So we have implemented zero trust access with something we call Beyond Corp. So literally moving beyond the corporate network. And it was a very simple sounding mission and vision about 10 years ago, which was that every Google employee should be able to access what they need without the use of a VPN. So simple statement, simple goal, very difficult to achieve, especially 10 years ago. And really it was Google that developed a lot of the concepts and the technologies and the operational mindset that has led to what people now call zero trust. So we call it Beyond Corp. We shared our use case with the world. There's many papers that you can read about how we implement this. And then we also delivered something called Beyond Corp Enterprise, which is a solution that we've externalized to folks so that they can take advantage of our lessons, but it also integrates threat and data protection into your services. Zero trust also underpins how Google operates our production environment. So the way software is conceived, produced, managed, and interacts with other software. We call this approach Beyond Prod, and this model explains how we protect our cloud-native architecture in addition to helping organizations learn to apply the security principles that we have established internally for your own organization. So I'd encourage you to read much more. We published a lot about both Beyond Corp and Beyond Prod. Many of the capabilities of Beyond Prod are embedded in our products and services. So looking at Beyond Corp and Beyond Prod, you realize that zero trust is more than just tools for us here at Google. It's how we envision designing, deploying, and operating safe computing environments. So the next most important thing then for you to consider when you move beyond zero trust, but it's for your security transformation, it's really about culture. And potentially culture is more important than the technology that you use. I recognize that different companies and different organizations have different cultures, and you should treasure that, and these should be authentic to your organization. But I want to walk you through how Google has developed a security culture, and we believe a very healthy security culture, and some of the attributes that we've learned over time, and consider these and determine whether they may be relevant for implementation in your own culture, or at least look and see, do you have these sorts of indicators, and could they be an aspect of a healthy or an unhealthy security culture identified in your own organization. So as you think about your security transformation, it's important to ask a few questions, like, is security deemed to be the exclusive responsibility of the security team? This is a red flag. Security is not the responsibility of people with security or risk or compliance in their title. Security is the responsibility of everybody in the organization. And I know I'm preaching a bit to the choir here, but hear me out. And to think about, as a security professional, how can you make sure that you're not taking on additional responsibilities and creating an environment where others are allowed to transfer the risk of security internal to your organization to the security team? So think hard about your operating models. How do you embed security throughout the organization? When you think about software development, do you have peer security design and code reviews? Are they common? Are they positively viewed? Is it accepted that a culture of inevitability will better prepare you for the worst case scenario? This is very important for a lot of organizations. It's hard to accept the fact that things will fail, and they will fail. We all know that that is, as security professionals, that's the case, but it's important to be able to have a culture where that's open, and it's not something that's just discussed internal to the security team, but something that's discussed with business and mission owners across the organization. Whether you're a government or a private sector enterprise, having open conversations, but also having realistic conversations. What are the, not just those black swan events, so that is important to consider for your organization, but what are those very real failure scenarios? Practice those, plan those, have a plan in place for what you will do to reduce the impact, because they will happen. Prepare your CEO, prepare your director, prepare your agency head for these scenarios. I will say, from my time in government, the government's very good at planning for these sorts of scenarios, but there's improvement that could be made from understanding it from a cyber perspective. So we're good at understanding the physical ramifications, but how do we translate those plans for physical preparedness and emergency preparedness to consider things like digital dependence, both within the agency, within your organization, but also what does that mean for the customers that you serve, for the stakeholders that you're responsible for the services that you're responsible for delivering to citizens. And importantly, I also want to hit on a culture of awareness. A lot of organizations have done a great job in requiring security training for all employees, but they become a bit monotonous and they become tired. So many times you have employees that just every quarter or once a year, they click through those security slideshows or those security trainings, and they're not really taking away anything new, and they might not be even taking away sort of key points that they can apply to their lives. So think about your security training. Make sure it's pervasive. Make sure it's not just once a year of something that someone's required to go through on a webinar. Make it fun, if possible. Tie it to the different scenarios that you have developed in your sort of worst case scenario planning. What does it mean for the average employee in your organization? And make them help them understand how it's relevant to their day job, and in some cases even encourage them to understand how it's relevant in their personal life. Give them the tools to help them to be safe and secure personally as well. So now I do realize that not every organization is rooted in a cloud-native environment like Google. So we do want to provide as much assistance as possible for your security transformation. While having access to the latest, most advanced security technology is important, thinking about your culture is important. The knowledge of what it will take and how best to transform security to become resilient in the face of today's risk and threat environments is foundational. And this is why we just announced the formation of something called the Google Cybersecurity Action Team. So the Cybersecurity Action Team marshals experts from across Google to form what we believe to be the world's premier security advisory team. If you think of the billions of users that we protect on Gmail alone, the volume of threat information that we have, the lessons that we've learned internally, the lessons that our customers and consumers have learned, we believe we have a lot to offer to the world. So we've created this team to be able to take those insights and provide them to our customers, partners, stakeholders. And we have just one mission of this team: to support the security and digital transformation of governments, critical infrastructure, enterprises, and small businesses. We want to guide our customers through the cycle of security transformation, from your first cloud adoption roadmap and your implementation, through increasing your cyber resilience, preparedness for potential events and incidents, engineering new solutions as requirements change, and going deeper into what I talked about. What does it mean to actually transform your culture if you do have an unhealthy security culture? And how can you take advantage of your commitment and your leadership commitment to digital transformation to think differently about how you do security, how you modernize your security capabilities, but also thinking about that operating model, thinking about that culture. So this effort is going to begin within Google Cloud, where I sit. It'll build on our close partnerships with organizations of all sizes, and we're going to evolve it to bring Google security to more organizations as we progress. We really believe that bringing our customers the expertise and hands-on guidance to help with your security transformation journey is just one valuable step. And we recognize that too many organizations can't wait any longer to begin their modernization efforts. They need a new baseline, and they need it now. And we're going to deliver it via the Google Cybersecurity team. So we covered a lot today. I hope to see you all soon in person. I apologize that I can't make it there, but I know this is a great event. I've been there before. And again, thanks to the NCSA and Nasdaq for being such great partners for National Cybersecurity Awareness Month every year. So as one security professional to another, I look forward to working with many of you on your cloud security journey, and I wish you all the best. Thank you.
Please welcome Colleen Valentine, Head of Information Security Governance and Compliance at Nasdaq, and panelists for the Cybersecurity Solution, Educating Future Leaders.
Where's Tammy? I have no idea. Oh, she may be in there.
Not at all.
Oh, I haven't sat in the director's chair in like years.
Right?
Stage fright.
All right, hello everybody. We're back up and I'm pleased to welcome you all to our next panel where we'll be talking about cybersecurity solutions, educating future leaders, a topic that's near and dear to all of our hearts. So we have three great panelists today and I'll just have them quickly introduce themselves if you go down the line.
Sure. My name is Tony Bay. I'm the Director of Federal Practice over at Align.
Hi, Tammy Hudson. I'm Cybersecurity Relations Officer at Wells Fargo.
My name is Brad Bentley, President of Fastport and in charge of employer outreach for the Purdue Cyber Apprenticeship Program.
Great. So we're going to dive right in with questions, and I'll be looking at the audience. If you have anything, just raise your hand. But we all know right now, cybersecurity is one of the hottest jobs. Some people like to say that there's negative unemployment in this space. So Tammy, I'll start with you. How did we get here, and what has caused this workforce shortage?
Yeah, so great question. Honestly, I think it's been a paradigm shift. I think previously and years ago in cybersecurity, the entire objective of cybersecurity was to secure the perimeter, right? So keep the bad actors out. And I think what we've seen in the past several years is that that has changed. So we still need that very technical, almost esoteric skill set that we needed previously, but now we're looking at it in more of a triad. So we're looking at it from a people, process, and technology perspective, and the skill sets needed not only to secure the perimeter, like I stated, but how do we become more secure and vigilant and resilient? So standing up those capabilities and controls really to defend against the current landscape today and then what may be coming beyond.
Yeah, I mean, I would agree with that. I mean, the paradigm shift or the change in mindset, because I think in the past we all thought it's IT, right? Security is just a subset of IT, so we could just get our sysads, our network engineers to handle it, and then it was a fire forget. You set it once, you never have to monitor it or maintain it. And that's obviously demonstrated that that can't happen. It never could, but that was the mindset of a lot of leadership. So that's where I think we've finally realized that you have to have people that do cybersecurity as their full-time job, that maintain the monitoring, the implementation, and understanding of the threat landscape, so that they can maintain the protection of their system, the information systems, and ultimately the data of the organization.
I guess the only thing I would add to that is we have an aging workforce, certainly concerns that are out there, and technology's really evolved faster than we've taught people how to manage it.
Absolutely. And so, Tony, when it comes to this shortage and this paradigm shift, ultimately, are you optimistic?
Yes, ultimately I am. It's not going to be easy. When I talk to people, especially whether it's hiring or just talking to various members of the industry, it's people just make this big bubble or cloud around cyber, where cyber is just as diverse of a industry area as IT. What do you want to do in cyber? And we have to start keying in with the companies of, when we talk about cyber, it's just not this big amorphous thing, but what are the specific capabilities we're looking to implement to protect the data according to the priorities and the business objectives of that organization? I mean, is it obviously data security, but are we more concerned with threat actors attacking our network, so we have to pay greater attention to our border gateways or things of the nature? Is there more of a concern to corporate espionage and insider threat? Obviously, all those things have to be considered overall, but what are the keys to the kingdom that you definitely want to protect? And that's where you concentrate your resources on, to hiring the people that are knowledgeable in those areas.
So, Brad, have you seen efforts to address the problem? And if so, what seems to be working and what's not?
Well, this will be a long answer, but yeah, I think there's been significant recognition, first of all, by both industry and government on the severity of the problem, both at the workforce and really the cyber threat level. And we've seen an increase to focus on the efforts to address the problem. You heard the words earlier. I think both the panelists have said the words paradigm shift already today. And I really think that's what it's going to take by all parties involved, to take a longer term approach to expanding talent sourcing and pairing that with structured training. So our program is funded by the Department of Labor. So I will say I do think the government is doing their job, especially the Department of Labor. After 8 decades of doing things the same way, they came out with a new concept actually under the Obama administration a few years ago. They took a group to Europe. They were studying apprenticeship models that are used throughout countries over there as a way for workforce development. And they brought that back to the States. So in 2016, they introduced something brand new, the concept called industry intermediaries. It was initially a $200 million plus investment made by Congress to create industry intermediaries in several sectors. It was transportation, hospitality, healthcare, manufacturing, the building trades, and IT. I think they were all of the initial ones. And this was actually something that started in January of 2017, and it was one of the few initiatives that carried over to the Trump administration. And what started happening, though, the IT intermediary at the time, although they were doing broad-based IT occupations, they were finding from all the employers that they were trying to work with that cyber was the most in demand. So the Department of Labor, just this past year, created a separate industry intermediary company called Safal Partners to solely focus on cyber. Now, along the way, they also created several funding opportunities to try to tie education into this. They put a $185 million investment a couple of years ago where education consortiums had to be the primary as the grantee. That's where Purdue and our PCAP program came into play initially. And with that funding opportunity, there were only 3 colleges and universities that were grantees. A year later, though, they invested another $100 million, and you started seeing this trend because 18 of those grantees were all either doing cybersecurity and or artificial intelligence. So we kind of saw that trend coming there. Now, as far as what's working, first and foremost, I just mentioned all the different education institutions involved with this. We're seeing job requirements starting to change, and you're starting to see the language in those job descriptions starting to change as well. And that's lowering the barrier to entry. Industry certifications are being valued just as much as the 4-year cybersecurity degrees. All the groups that I just mentioned that have these grants, if you took the number of people that are graduating with a traditional 4-year bachelor's in cybersecurity combined, that's only about 10,000 people per year. And we all know the stats. At the low end, it's at least 300,000 that are needed. Now, Purdue, they signed my paycheck, so I have to say this, right? They still have the traditional 4-year degrees. They have associates. They have master's programs through articulation agreements. But it would be hypocritical of me to sit here and talk about paradigm shifts without us being willing to do exactly that. So what Purdue did was revamped our PCAP program. We now offer accelerated programs all online, 8 and 16-week programs to train, educate, and upskill people. A level 1 program after 8 weeks will have somebody at the level they can test for a CompTIA Security Plus industry certification. 8 weeks later, they would be at the place where they could test for a certified ethical hacker designation. So what's not? Poaching is something that happens in this industry. And Tony and I had this conversation earlier. I don't want to spend too much time on all that. He may address it with some other comments. And I think COVID's been talked about a lot today already. But the one thing I'll mention that's really recent related to that, we work with a lot of defense contractors with PCAP. One of the early companies we talked to is Raytheon Technologies. And just yesterday, their CEO was interviewed by Reuters because of the upcoming vaccine mandate, December the 8th, that goes in effect for defense contractors. And he's projecting that he's going to lose thousands of employees. And a lot of those are going to be cybersecurity talent. So it's not a political statement on my part, but it's certainly a consideration, especially for groups like those defense contractors.
So I'm going to do a quick poll of the audience since we do have some cybersecurity professionals here, completely voluntary. So how many actually have a degree in cyber? And then how many have a cyber certification?
Validates the point.
Yeah. So any other comments from the panelists on, the degree programs versus the certification programs?
I mean, the only thing I'd say is the way to build these members is really to concentrate on what we're going to want them to do on the entry into the field, right? So education is important, but I think training is a bit more important in the beginning because we want them to be able to step into roles and do things like work in a SOC as an analyst and audit the logs and find out those signatures to say, oh, am I being hacked? We need to investigate this, right? Do you absolutely need a degree for that? No. Does it help? Definitely yes. You understand how it fits into the overall picture. That's why I think, at least from a business perspective, certifications are going to be a little bit more important because they're going to at least provide you a specific training in a specific niche area of the cybersecurity, especially like I love to see the vendor certificates that shows that they know how to use, say, Tenable Nessus scanner, a vulnerability scanner of some sort, or they know how the switches and routers work and how to set up the access control lists and things of that nature. So I think we just need to make sure when we build these people, we give them realistic expectations of what they're going to be doing when they first step into the field.
Yeah. I think it's interesting, and I say this as somebody with an MBA, an advanced degree. If someone were to get a degree in cybersecurity, and if they had gotten one 2 years ago, that would be outdated now. So much of it is how do we outpace the threat actors? How do we out-innovate? How do we stay ahead? And part of that is education and training and being prepared, but part of that is upskilling and really looking beyond, I think, our traditional IT business model or talent strategy. So what does cyber talent really look like? What's the face of cybersecurity? And I think that's evolving. And I think the organizations now, and we're all challenged to really think outside the box, not only from a age, gender, race perspective, but thinking about that entire cognitive diversity. So really attracting neurodiverse candidates or candidates that don't think like we in traditional IT have thought about things and process things.
Yeah, I would say, especially for those that are, when we're looking at those entry levels of stuff, if someone has a liberal arts degree, definitely don't discount those. Because if you can train them right, they're already trained in critical thinking, which is absolutely necessary for the cybersecurity field. I have people that we brought on, straight hires with a history degree. Turned out to be one of the best cybersecurity analysts I ever had on my team, right? I've worked for people that were CISOs, but their degree was in history or anthropology. I mean, the key thing right there, what you're talking about is, what's the face? The face is someone that shows an aptitude for learning, a desire for learning, and an ability to think critically about the situations that they're given and make those judgments.
Yeah, I think those are really important points. And a lot of times if, a candidate's applying and there's an algorithm that's being run, you might not see those resumes. And I think it's super important to ensure you have that diversity. We have a few neuroscience majors on our team, and they're a really strong addition to the program. I myself have a master's in communication, culture, and technology, which can be a mouthful, but I think it makes sense why I'm here. But, it's not a traditional cybersecurity degree. So Tammy, do you think the answer, again, to this workforce shortage, and we've been touching on it, is to educate and train early? And if so, how early?
I think it's part of it. Absolutely. I think training helps us be aware of risk and helps us prepare and be effective and efficient. But I think it's holistic. It's really looking at what the risks are and what we think they will be tomorrow. So looking at that evolving threat landscape, training, educating, continuously training, and continuously making sure that we have a cyber-ready workforce is part of the solution. Indeed, and I think that I really don't think we have the full answer. And I think that's why we have the cyber skills gap that we do today. I will go back to the point, and I'm just a huge supporter of diversity within this field. So as we mentioned, looking at those HR professionals or those risk professionals, or someone from the legal realm, and really bringing those various perspectives together so that we can fill these positions. And not only fill them, but fill them with great candidates who can add value and who will challenge us to think about these solutions differently. So if you think about it, what I'm really talking about is the art of the possible. What's possible, and how do we address that, and how do we do so immediately, and how do we challenge ourselves to continue to do so?
Yeah, and I think a really key component too is making sure you have that partnership amongst the organization with your human resources, with your people team, and with your training and development organization, if there is a separate organization, to map those kind of career paths and figure out where is that continuous training? What are those milestones we should be setting? Tony, do you want to talk a little bit more about training and how that's kind of integral to what you guys do at Align?
Sure. So, that's the thing. Every company is encountering the shortage, and with Align, what we do is we're a cybersecurity auditing and assessment company, right? So, for federal, I'm sure if anyone here has heard about the up-and-coming DoD CMMC program or FedRAMP or anything based on the NIST 853 controls outside the federal government. That's what my team does. And it's hard finding those people. It's hard, at least, find someone that's an experienced hire that you may want to spin them up in a minimum amount of time, say a month or two, so they can run projects and do these assessments. What we finally realized is that that's not sustainable. You can't just go hire experienced people because, one, they're not out there, and two, they're a hot commodity, right? There's not a whole lot of them. And that's with any aspect of cybersecurity. So what we're doing at Align is we're committing to developing a training pipeline of our own so that we can train people to do things the right way as we see them, and to be able to perform these jobs with an assumption of zero experience in the field. So we're laying out, how do we do this from the soft skills, consulting with clients and being able to make presentations and speak confidently as a professional consultant, and then doing the hard assessment work, understanding the technologies in general. So we're planning out a pipeline, and it's not going to be short. It's not like a 3-4 month quickie type thing. We're talking on-the-job training with peer mentoring and shadowing on things. And we expect this to happen and get someone really skilled probably in about anywhere from 12 months to 24 months. But that's the commitment we have to make to handle this. I'm sure we've all seen it. I've kind of talked with my other panelists prior to sitting up here was, I've had job openings open for 8-9 months before I can find someone qualified to meet that. And that's just not sustainable. It's not realistic for any company.
Brad, what is the best way to introduce the topic of cybersecurity and encourage students to begin their path in the field?
So I'll definitely get to that, but I do want to touch on the age thing just for a second, because I don't think there's necessarily a silver bullet. And a lot of programs are still in their infancy, but you're starting to see a lot of things underway to get younger and younger and younger. So I know there's a push right now, for example, for a national alignment to align cybersecurity learning criteria across all 50 states for K through 12. And states are going to have the option to adopt those standards prior to the 2022-23 school year. That's through cyber.org. I mentioned Safal Partners earlier, who is the intermediary specific for cybersecurity. They're actually doing some things on the state and local level. They're piloting a program right now in North Dakota where they have about 40 public and private sector partners for an initiative they're calling the K through 20W initiative. So it's kindergarten all the way through PhD and workforce, where they're trying to utilize a slogan of every student, every school cyber educated. And then one more that I'll mention that's really targeted toward the teenage market, if you will, at least at the beginning, is through another DOL grant. It's a CYAI, I believe that's the Cyber Youth Apprenticeship Initiative. So they're targeting 16 to 21-year-olds, and it's actually managed by ICF, which is a global consulting and technology firm. It's actually listed on Nasdaq, and I know they're training 900 people into apprenticeships between now and 2024. So again, those are just some examples. So I don't know that there's a perfect answer for how young should you start. There's already been a lot of talk today about the Girl Scouts. I know that CISA has another program. I don't know if it was mentioned in her panel or not. There's an organization called Girls Who Code. So you're starting to see a lot of those type of initiatives that are there too. But to your question, so how do you introduce it? It can't just be about classroom learning. Schools and employers need to work together because kids need practical, hands-on real-life work experience. But students today are unlike when I came through. They're digital natives. There's never been a time in their life when they didn't know a world where the internet didn't exist. Their lives revolve around that digital space. So the technology is not unfamiliar to them. It's not scary to them. But the educators have to work more closely, in my opinion, with industry to help those students connect their interest in, say, gaming, as an example, with careers like penetration testing, ethical hacking. The students don't know that some of what they find interesting about the digital experience is directly related or linked to creative, interesting, and well-paid jobs. And, you have hackathons, you have these cyber competitions. They're great for kids, but to really understand future work opportunities, there has to be a connection to those employers so that they know that what they're learning can be applied in a practical sense. And the educators, though, themselves don't often know what those opportunities are. So that circles back to the employers whose job it is to help the educators learn about those specific occupations. And finally, the career and technical education programs need to be expanded. I think more students are able to pursue those cyber careers, maybe at the high school level or even lower. And I guess the last thing I would say is, the numbers don't lie. Highlight the fact that there are career paths, there's long-term job security. We can sit up here, all of us could spout stats all day on the openings that are out there, but one I like to use is the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics has estimated a 33% growth in cyber through 2030. So, why not highlight that as long-term opportunities?
I don't know if any of you saw the article. I think I'm not sure the exact details, but last year during exam time, there was a school where a group of high school students had gotten together to DDoS the system so they wouldn't be able to take their final exams online. So I think, COVID obviously has added an interesting dynamic as well when every kid's remote, right? So they have these skills, they have these, tool sets now. And very creative to not taking your final. So in the same vein, Tammy, who is responsible for educating the future cybersecurity generation? Is it the schools? Is it the parents, the public, or the private sector? And how do those all play together?
Yeah, great question. I think it's all of the above, honestly. I think that it's the academic institutions. I think it's parents just being a strong force and an influencer there. Definitely the government. I think it's all of those acting in concert in order to educate. Our education system in this country is built to teach a certain level of skills and a modicum, at least, level of skill sets in order to be productive, in order to really live our daily lives. And I think part of that, and Brad kind of hit on this, in this very technology-infused culture, part of that is teaching cybersecurity, not necessarily for the person to work in that as a profession, but only if as much to protect their own data, right? So educating them on how to be cyber safe on the internet, or when they're on various parts of the social media. I think that's definitely part of it. I think it was Winston Churchill that said the price of greatness is responsibility. And I think we have a phenomenal responsibility. Every organization across industries, across the private public sector, to really collaborate in order to fight this cyber war that we're in.
Yeah. Any other panelists want to chime in?
Well, I mean, I think Tammy hit it right on the spot. I mean, there are programs out there. It's just more of, I guess, people need to be more aware of them, and that falls on everyone as soon as they hear it to work with whatever organizations they have to help further develop it, or at least just promote who they are. For example, I mean, Brad mentioned, so my son's a Boy Scout, Boy Scouts of America. They have a cyber chip program, which is cyber safe, that promotes cybersecurity education. There's Girl Scouts have, and my daughter's a Girl Scout, and they have a cybersecurity education badge as well throughout their program, and they've made it age appropriate. I know from more me being retired Air Force, the Air Force Association, I believe, is one that sponsors the Cyber Patriot program, which sponsors teams of kids to go out and do capture the flag events, that teaches them the hard technical skills that are interested, and they advocate for people to sponsor, to be their mentors for these teams, especially with the industry aspects of it. So there are all these programs where it's just, we need, I guess, more of, I would love to see somehow consolidate a running list of what programs are available, the appropriate ages for them, because they're already out there. Could we use more? Definitely. But we need to get the word out. And that's for us as an industry as a whole.
Yeah, I guess, I've probably talked enough about the government, employers, some of the other ones, but I do think it is worth mentioning parents. The world has changed a lot, especially in the last couple of decades, especially since the internet came out, and kids now hold the power of their world, in the palm of their hands with their cell phone, and social engineering and all the negative things that can happen on social media. Parents in general need to be more cyber aware, and many of them from my age group didn't have that luxury from already being in the workforce before the internet and other things came out. So the good news is, though, you're seeing things on a grassroots level. You're seeing communities step up, doing workshops for parents so that they can be more aware of what to watch for the children. So, but the overarching answer is it's a combination of everything.
And I think we shouldn't also discount really small wins, because that also just helps set the scale. Our daycare just went with an online app, and I emailed the director and was like, so what's the security of this app? How are you protecting my daughter's data?
Of course you did.
That was not something that had ever even entered her mind, was that she would consider. And I say, okay, get me in contact with their IT director. Let me review their industry certifications. When was the last time they did a pen test? And this poor woman, but even those, even just setting that, she's responsible for a large group of daycare, a lot of kids, a lot of parents, and even just beginning that conversation helps. It's a very small step forward in understanding.
Yeah, I mean, it's just learning to ask the right questions. I mean, especially with the Internet of Things, we all understand Amazon Echo, Google Dots, and everything. I mean, I remember when Sonos came out, the wireless speakers. I mean, I think I broke the AV section at Best Buy when I went in. It was like, they introduced me, I was like, oh, so this sets up on my wireless network. What's the encryption level on this? And they're like, And I saw 5 Best Buy techs searching their phones on the
Googling
web,
encryption.
trying to figure it out. Which is, at the time, AES 256 at the time, so that's finally able to find the answer. But it took them like 20 minutes to look it up.
So we've talked about, the workplace shortage, the responsibility, across the board of educating, but there also still is a pretty significant lack of diversity in the cybersecurity field. Tammy, what are your thoughts on that?
That's very close to my heart and very true. It is a lack of diversity. And I think the onus falls on each of us to try and make that field more diverse. And I hit on this earlier. I'm very passionate about women in technology and mentoring girls in technology through the STEM and STEAM programs. And the institutions that I graduated from, Georgia Tech and Duke, very involved in that. And with my own 2 daughters and my son, still having those conversations with them about what it means and how to get into the field and what that field looks like right now and what it should look like. So I'm hugely passionate about that. I think there is a very high correlation between diversity and performance, and we need to think about these attacks differently. We need to think differently, and the way to do that, one of the easiest ways to do that is to bring in more diversity into the field.
And Brad, how do leaders really help shape that diversity, and what can they do?
Well, selfishly, I'll talk about this from the DOL industry intermediary perspective first, because those contracts are about 5 years in now. We're just renewed, and one of the new requirements by this administration is to focus on the DEI side of that. And even in our reporting, there's a lot more emphasis on that. So, and there's a lot of funding that's also attached to that. So utilizing, whether it's a PCAP, whether it's a fall partners, there's an opportunity for companies to be able to complete these programs with inducement funds, maybe to kind of kickstart their programs, for example. We have, we call them Kickstarter funds, those level 1 and level 2 certifications I mentioned earlier, where a company doesn't have to come out of pocket, not only for those 2 8-week curriculums, but also for sitting for those industry certifications. There's buckets of money that are sitting there. And with some of the other contracts that are out there, there's just straight up money that'll go that the companies can utilize for whatever they want to do. We see most people focus on diversity with that, though, because again, it's such a huge focus with the current administration. One thing that I recommend, though, to all employers that I talk to, one of the quickest ways to diversify your workforce is to recruit from the military. Over the years, you've seen a lot more diversity in the military. And Tony, by the way, thank you for your service. I know you talked about that before earlier as an Air Force veteran. But we've certainly seen that grow over the past few years. And actually, women are the most diverse group in the military, and it's also the fastest growing segment of the military. So you can cover gender and ethnicity with both of those. So, and there's also a direct skill set correlation in a lot of cases. You have cyber commands that are geographically clustered in areas like Fort Gordon, Georgia, Fort Meade, San Antonio, other areas. So certainly getting those people coming out of the military, a lot of them already have security clearances as well, which I know a lot of employers, Tony, we talked about that earlier with Align, those are definitely highly valued. The other thing I'll mention is participating at the local level and hosting events for groups that focus on diversity and inclusion. I'll give you an example. So the former International Consortium of Minority Cybersecurity Professionals. They were one of the first organizations we reached out to as Purdue when we went after our Department of Labor grant. And the first event I actually attended once the grant was awarded was hosted by one of their employer partners, Palo Alto Networks. It's out in Silicon Valley. And I got to learn a lot more about their organization and what they do with chapters nationwide. And there's a lot more examples than that. The good news is, if anybody's interested in that particular organization, because ICMCP is a hard enough acronym, much less the longer name, they have recently rebranded as Cyversity, which I think is a pretty cool name. So definitely would check into that. And the last thing I'd mention is just promote your success stories. Peers like seeing their peers through their lens succeed. So anytime you've got something from a DEI perspective, promote that.
All right, last prepared question here, and I'm going to open it up to all panelists, so chime in. What are some ways that cyber leaders can be mentors to those entering the field?
I mean, I guess the first thing is just be open to mentoring. I personally, for me, being retired Air Force myself, and cyber being so popular and in-demand field, I do get a lot of questions. I participate on LinkedIn mentor groups, and there's a program called Veterati for matching mentors with mentees, and I participate in that. And that's one of the key areas I focus on now. I also participate with our companies. We do college outreach for college hiring, and we have our own diversity network and everything. So that's what we have to do is promote and be open to doing that mentoring. And for me, giving those mentees the real world practical experience from our viewpoint, but also encourage them to seek out those other perspectives with other mentors. And really, I emphasize self-reflection. They have to understand what it is they want out of their career or their potential career. What's their, and help them, guide them in their first steps, and let them figure out from that first step where they want to pivot to the next point in their career. But first thing is we all have to be available and promote our ability to mentor, or willingness to mentor.
What I'll say about that is I think mentoring is so important, but it also requires, and I tell many people this, it requires a certain amount of acumen and sagacity in order to mentor the right way. And I mean by that is there's a certain level of authenticity that I think mentors should have. And so from my perspective, as a woman in this industry and as a woman of color, it's understanding the challenges that we all face and that I face in particular because of the diversity, and then being able to mentor and motivate and inspire in spite of those. So having those hard conversations, telling your story about what I've seen and what I've overcome, and then being able to really build a relationship with these students or other women in technology or these groups to say, this is what I've seen, this is the power of diversity within this field and the challenges that we can overcome, and you can do it too. So really having those true, very authentic conversations on various levels, I think is extremely important in this field and especially in mentoring.
I'll mention a couple of things. One is, especially because of the aging workforce that we mentioned before, but being willing to take a step back and take an honest look at the demographics that are out there, and then investing into upskilling your workforce. We work with a lot of local municipalities, as an example, that have small IT departments, especially cyber, 3 to 5 people. And in a lot of cases, the CISO or the person running the organization is a 60-year-old man, more cases than not Caucasian. And it's been, I guess, really heartfelt for me when we've got into laying out how our program works, that they're willing to be a guinea pig and to go through that PCAP program because they know they're going to retire out in a year or two. And it's important to be able to kind of train their replacement. So I have enjoyed that aspect of it. So that's something I would encourage. And I'll wrap up with kind of expanding on something Tony said on the military. We talked about establishing those programs earlier, but it's especially important for organizations that do want to recruit from the military to provide that mentorship. Statistically proven that they'll stay with you longer if there's a veteran affinity group or a veteran employee resource group within an organization. Thankfully, there's some good local and national resources for that. Here in New York City, you've got Veterans on Wall Street. They're tied in with the Bob Woodruff Foundation. And I think they even have a virtual symposium that's coming up next month. Nationally, there are a lot of great resources. One I'll mention is PsychArmor, which has an entire library of video-based training for creating corporate culture, which also includes how to create a military-friendly or veteran-ready organization.
Right, any questions from the audience?
So I grew up in an era where computer science was actually a single degree. Now it's multiple. So I grew up at a time where computer science was a single degree, but now it's like 40 different degrees in subsectors. Cybersecurity is the same way. My question is actually about the high school guidance counselors and the advisors at colleges. How do you teach them to recognize what skills?
A student is best based for.
I mean,
I'll take it first. I'll admit this. It's a missing link. We talk about this a lot with just general work we do with apprenticeships, that you have to get those guidance counselors. And they're not up to speed. To your point, Tony and I were talking about this earlier. If you look at the jobs for cybersecurity, people think, oh, it's cool, I want to go into cyber. Well, what do you want to do in cybersecurity? And peeling the layers of that onion back, I don't necessarily have the answer of how best to communicate that to the guidance counselors, but I know it's needed.
Okay. What about the other disciplines, right? The legal, the finance teams that all need to also learn what cyber is, because as they go to lead businesses, understanding the importance of understanding cybersecurity and what that means to their functions within a business?
I think that comes down to, and even with guidance counselor, it comes down to us in the profession raising our hands and volunteering to educate them. So I do this for my kids' teachers and various schools and various organizations. So I encourage anyone, because we're all in this and we all have a common threat actor, I'm always encourage people, reach out to me on LinkedIn, let's have a discussion. And I'll do that after hours or before hours on weekends, but it really is part of my responsibility as someone within this field to help educate others on it.
Yeah, I mean, I do the same thing at the school district that my kids go to. They actually have a cybersecurity trade skill where they get, I think at the end of it, like an A+ or a Net+ certification. So I do, I do reach out to the instructors, or those classes saying, hey, if you want someone to come in from the industry and give a talk to the students, I'm more than happy to do that. I'm not even sure if the program to go in the Great American Teach-In, which was at the middle school level. I always participate in that, and that was, I would talk about my experience in the military and then also what I did in the military, which was IT and cyber and everything else. So I think, Tammy's absolutely correct. It's a matter of us as the industry reaching out to them to help them, because we all know no one's going to know everything. If you do, you'd be running your own company, making millions of dollars, and I know I'm not in that position. And, so no one's going to know everything, but the least we can do is reach out and share what we do know.
Yeah.
As part of that collective.
Yeah, and I'll just say more and more companies now, you're seeing this from a governance perspective. I know here in New York, also the Society for Corporate Governance, I went to one of their events a while back, and everybody's being attacked. Every industry's trying to protect something, whether it's intellectual property, whether it's infrastructure, for medical devices, medical records, whatever it may be. So it's definitely a hot topic. You do have more people available, and within an organization where it's emphasized that would be available to do just that.
Can I just ask as a follow-on to kind of Tanya's comments? So for me, it's not just about the existing people who are in like a chief financial officer position or in those kind of senior executive positions. It's what I think we hear a lot about in terms of filling the workforce gap is on the very uber technically minded person. And there's not a large conversation that's happening, or there's not even kind of a conversation that's happening around like communicators, and she mentioned lawyers, people who have more of the soft skills, but have, a wide across the spectrum understanding of cybersecurity, but not necessarily a deep in any one, kind of row or column, I guess, or sphere. But what would be your perspective on how we can talk to, kids and the next generation about that there's importance in those skills being tied to cyber also? And I'll just give a quick example. Like we just recently hired on my team 9th or 10th grade social studies teacher, and she's helping in our kind of training and awareness group, and she's like the perfect person for it, right? Because she knows how to talk to teenagers, which is like pretty horrible. And and as a swim coach myself, right, so I'm well versed in like the talking to teenagers thing, but she's been able to translate those skills really easily and just learn the subject matter, right? So I always say you can't teach someone to be an extrovert, right? Like you either are or you aren't. You're either really good at talking to people or you're not, kind of thing. But you can teach somebody any subject matter. But I just don't think that conversation's happening kind of in the collegiate as well as K through 12 environment to say, you may be performing really strongly in a social kind of science skill, but that can translate into this field too, and then kind of making pathways for that as well, right? Like in the security organization where I work for our chief information security officer, but I do more of the soft skill cyber side, right? And letting people know that there is a job pathway for them too. So I would just ask like your thoughts around how we could, as a collective here, make those, because awareness is more of that soft skill, right? It's a non-super technical in many ways. So how can we kind of make that conversation louder and more amplified so that people kind of in the back can hear it?
I think first and foremost, we change the narrative. So I always kind of try and tell people those soft skills are not really that prevalent in a lot of organizations. And I think they're extremely important. Those soft skills are what get us the seat at the boardroom tables. Those soft skills help us translate cybersecurity to those CFOs and the CEOs and those entrepreneurs. It's not the technical skills. I'm not going to get up there and talk about 0-day vulnerabilities and expect a standing ovation. It's not going to happen. So it's really understanding what our trade is, what our skill set is, and using the ability to influence and the ability to communicate across various boards and various audiences, and really driving that point home and delivering value in a way that they can interpret and that they can really take away with them. So I think it's using our skill sets to translate what we do and how what they're doing can really benefit this entire cybersecurity defense and help make us more secure and vigilant and resilient. And it's using the entire body, not just the technical skill set, not just the soft skill set. When I got my MBA, there are no technical classes that they offer there. You pay a ton of money for a lot of different things and not one coding class. So it really is using each of those, using that social studies teacher's ability to communicate or ability to look at very complex problems and break them down. Those are all very and hugely important in what we do.
Yeah, and I'll just add to that too, right? It's what we started in the beginning. It's the paradigm shift, right?
Mhm.
Cybersecurity or InfoSec 10, 15 years ago, if you're going to make an investment, you're going to maybe pay a firewall guy, right?
Yeah.
That's kind of where the program, but as we see this paradigm shift, as we see programs maturing and, CISOs or CIOs having that seat, with the CEO and being really part of the leadership, you also are now seeing that investment to exactly your point. You're willing to invest in that social studies teacher to help communicate. And as the programs mature, you have that flexibility to be able to do that.
Yeah,
Great
I
question.
think that helps at an organization by organization level. So if you're in that role, in that cybersecurity role within your company, I mean, it's what I do. Half my day and my job is reaching out cross-functionally within the organization saying, hey, sales team, hey, legal, what are the questions you guys are having here? What can I help you with? I need this from you. What is it that will make your job easier to help me in the long run, right? It's being that the willingness to reach out and work with them and offer our ability to educate them as much as we can to the level that they're comfortable with, right? Obviously, not going to go down to packet sniffing and queuing theory and the network traffic and how to make that all with the legal team, unless he wants to, like it's a hobby, but the likelihood of that is not there. But it's to the level that they need to do their job, and that's going to obviously help you because all those are supporting functions to what we all do as cybersecurity and our understanding of where we fit within that overall organization. In the business perspective, we all have to tie everything to the business objectives of that organization. And that's going to be key. How do we translate what we know to that level of understanding?
All right. Well, I want to thank the panelists. We are at time. This was a great conversation. So thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you for
having us.
All right.
We're adjourned.
Please welcome Perry Carpenter, Chief Evangelist and Strategy Officer at KnowBe4.
Forward, back. Oh no, she break a heel.
Am I not on? I think they're dealing with, there we go. Let me start off by saying that we live in a society that is way more fractured than it's ever been, and typically makes the assumption that if you're arguing for something, then you're arguing against something else. That's not what I'm doing. What I'm trying to deal with today as we talk through this is the need to adopt really the human side of security in addition to, I'm going to grab my water back, in addition to all the great technology that we have. Because what I typically end up hearing is we talk about things like security awareness and training and all that kind of stuff is, well, you're saying that we just need to shift all of our budget to that. Nobody's ever made that statement before. Nobody says drop your firewalls, drop your secure email gateway, drop your endpoint protection, and just fully embrace humanity as the solution for everything. So let me get into this, though, by making a point about the fact that what we have been doing needs some augmentation. And so if you look at security over the past couple decades, what you'll see is that there are organizations that are much larger, bigger, financially sound, have lots of great, smart people and resources, bigger than most of us will ever get, with more expertise than most of us will ever be able to afford. And yet they've still fallen victim to cybercrime. They've had data breaches. So if we were to think that if I could afford the next cool thing, if I could hire these kind of people, then I would be able to solve the data breach problem. I'd be able to solve all these security problems. We know that the best can't. There's still something fundamentally missing. We also know that budget is not the thing that is holding us back, because what we've seen year after year after year is that people are spending more and more on cybersecurity related technology and programs, and yet data breaches are outpacing the spend. So there's something wrong with the equation, the way that we've been thinking about it. And I think you already know where I'm going with this, is that people have been one of the things that have primarily been neglected over time. Because what we see, it doesn't even matter really which reports you look at, is that humans are the primary attack vector that is being exploited over and over and over again, and ultimately leading to that constant daily drip of data breaches that each of us see. And so we have to do something different. Clearly, there's a piece of the equation that has been missed or neglected. And I think when we look at it by money, because what you value, you typically put some finances behind, we see that the human side of things has been receiving the least amount of attention. And in fact, when I actually look at this spend, I don't even see a representation of where we are technologically as a society. I almost see an old school, really crispy perimeter type of mindset being represented in spend, where you're spending so much on the network and then kind of going down to the endpoint. But what we have to realize is that every human is an endpoint, and every human has control of several other endpoints out there. And so we need to shift some of that, whether that's money or whether that's money and time and attention or expertise. We need to have some conscious, intentional shift over into this human side of things. And that's because what we've been doing is we've been spending a lot of great time, money, effort, and expertise around building great, resilient technology that is still missing the primary attack vector. And so what happens is we've created things where firewalls are harder to get through, secure email gateways are harder to penetrate. And so we're constantly upping the arms race game over there. And ultimately what the attacker does then is they say, well, I'm gonna not deal with all of this stuff because I don't wanna blow a 0 day on that, or I don't wanna spend months, weeks, months, or years to create the perfect technology-based attack. What I'm going to do instead is I'm going to call Bob in the call center, and I'm going to trick him into giving away something or sending me something, or I'm going to send an email that's crafted just well enough to pass all of the other filters. And that's going to land in somebody's inbox, and they're going to have to deal with that. So dealing with the human, hacking the human, is the thing that has the greatest ROI for cyber criminals right now, because of the fact that we've gotten so great with technology-based defenses. And so what I really see in this is that security awareness is typically where people start thinking that you need to shift all of your time, money, effort, and expertise. But I don't think that security awareness, the way that we've traditionally practiced it, is enough. And I'll tell you the mindset that I want you to adopt, because I think I think we typically, based on our society, based on our upbringing, we typically think in really big, well-defined buckets of, all right, if I need awareness, then that means that I need to make people aware, which means that I need to give them information, which means that I need to give posters and newsletters and videos and all that. And all that's great. That's a piece of the answer, but it is not the answer in and of itself. Awareness without any intention to follow through on that, or the ability to retain that, is fundamentally flawed. And so security awareness, I think that's the term that people Google, which is great, but it is a misleading term that we have to be able to add some additional context to. And so when I think about it, and I apologize for the graphic, this came out of my book, and I didn't have time to adapt it for a slide. But the way that I typically think about it is we've got basically 4 different levels, maybe 5 if you add doing nothing. One is compliance-based addressing of this, which is I understand the rules, the mandates that say I need to do something, so I'm going to do just the bare minimum so I can check the box. That's limited benefit. Information sharing is then giving people information, the things that I believe that they need to know in order to combat the threats that are coming at them, or in order to deal with the things that I need them to do, the ways that I need to behave. So it's very knowledge-based. And I think that has limited benefit as well, because we all know that our parents gave us lots of information, our schools give us lots of information, the news gives us lots of information, we read lots of cool things, but it tends to just kind of wash through us. It doesn't necessarily impact the way that we live. And I'll talk a little bit more in just a second about what, even if we do care, how big is that impact? But if you want to have a more transformational result, something that changes behavior, then you need to focus on the behavior side of things. And there's ways to do that using psychology, using traditional behavior science, and even using, yes, information, but in different ways. And then ultimately where you want to get to is understanding that people are not individual the way that we might think about it. We're all affected greatly by everybody around us, the standards, the social pressures, and so on. And so I really believe that security awareness and security behavior are 2 different things. And we failed for a long time to deal with the knowledge, intention, behavior gap. So just because I know something doesn't mean that I intend to act on that. And even when I intend to act on something, I may not follow through with that behavior. I mean, every year, millions of people, billions of people, I'm sure, make New Year's resolutions. They say, I want to eat better, I want to lose weight, I want to spend more time with my family, I want to go to the gym more. They do all of these things. They have got the knowledge, they know the benefit that it has, they have the intention to do it, they wrote it down, they tell people about it, and yet within a week, 2, 3 weeks, a month, it all falls by the wayside. So knowledge and intention alone will never be enough either. There's still something missing. And so out of that knowledge, intention, behavior gap flow what I call 3 realities of security awareness. Number 1, just because I'm aware doesn't mean that I care. Number 2, if we try to work against human nature, we will fail. And number 3 is what our employees do is way more important than what they know. Now, I'll say it as clearly as I can. Knowledge in and of itself has never stopped a breach. I can know all the right things and let a breach happen. Or I might even not know what I'm doing at all, but just naturally act in the right way and prevent a breach. And so the knowledge component, this thing that we maximize, we even called an entire category of security practice around that. This idea of awareness is fundamentally deficient for the way that we deal with this. The other thing that we do is we append the word cyber to everything, and we forget that a lot of the data breaches aren't related to the way that somebody interfaces with technology. It's the way that they interface with information or life in general. If I write a password on a whiteboard or IP on a whiteboard and then walk out of a room, that data is exposed. And so we typically think about the bits and the bytes and the cool command prompt stuff, and we talk about a lot about that, and we build imagery around that, and we're missing over half the story. And so we really need to realize that humans are a little bit weird. We're lazy. We're influenced by those around us. We're social. We're creatures of habit. We tend to like to do things the way that we always have. And there have actually been great models built around how to shift behavior using a combination of motivation, making something feel easy enough to do, shifting the context of the way that people are thinking about it, prompting in the right ways. And we don't have time to go into all of this, but the resources are out there for us. There are great models that help people build better habits, live better lives that we can take, we can apply. We don't have to reinvent the wheel. We bring that in and we adapt. And ultimately, where the market can go is to not just the things that we've seen where we're trying to create information or we're trying to create phishing programs. That's where the market's kind of evolved, but the market needs to push back past that. Security programs need to push back just awareness and simple phishing, or just awareness and phishing and metrics, but we need to realize that people are whole individuals, and individuals are part of a larger ecosystem that is culture. And culture is something that gets to be very interesting to think about, because it's not just the person, it's the way that the person interacts with those around them. It's the behaviors that are being modeled, the unconscious things that we train each other to do just by the things that we see patterned. It is the unwritten rules of the way that we see that environments work, the tone that people use when they talk about things, the word choice that they have, the educational background that they have. All of this really influences and starts to make social groups act in different ways. So it's behavior, responsibilities, the way that people think about things, cognition, social norms that are there, the way that people view compliance with a whole bunch of, whole range of different things, the way that we speak, communicate with each other, and then our attitudes around it. When we think about how all of this relates together, there are several things that happen whenever we really want to codify somebody's approach to security. It's not just knowledge, it's knowledge and it's beliefs, it's values, it's behaviors, because that, behaviors typically flow out of knowledge, values and beliefs. And then it's the context that somebody is in or a group is in, and then it's all the social pressures and social richness that happens around that. And that, I think, is, an understanding of that and an application of how to shape that is ultimately where security programs need to go in the future. And with that, I'll just leave with one last statement, is that people are at the center of everything. If you think about all the technology that we have, all the civilization that we built, the transportation logistics systems that we have, the organizations that we work for, they all exist to serve one thing, and that is humans. Humans are at the center of everything. When something goes bad, it's not just the technology that feels the pain for that. Technology can't feel pain. Technology doesn't care. The things, ultimately what feels the pain and what will be the resolution is through humans being put at the heart of the solution, paired with technology that can, as we said earlier today, become a force multiplier, and then ultimately let that create a virtuous cycle. So for me, I really believe that the conclusion is to focus on humanity, and let's see where we can evolve from a security perspective. And that's me. I really appreciate it, and thank you so much.
Please welcome Caitlin Durkovich, Special Assistant to the President and Senior Director of Resilience and Response at the White House National Security Council.
It's fireside chat. Yeah, that's probably better. What do you think?
Thank you very much.
So we kind of have a special guest who I don't think was on the original agenda. So thanks to Calvin for arranging this at the last minute. Sorry, I'm looking at his face and the name is like completely gone.
How quickly you're forgotten, Calvin.
Yeah, yeah, that guy. No, thank you very much, Caitlin, for being here with us today. And we're gonna jump right in. So recently, we've seen increasingly severe attacks on critical infrastructure like Colonial Pipeline, for example. What was your reaction when you first heard about that attack? And what impact have these attacks had on your role in the National Security Council?
Okay, before I jump into that, first of all, I want to congratulate you on becoming interim executive director of NCSA.
Thanks very much.
Also, I guess this is year 18 of doing the Cybersecurity Summit. And so thank you very much. When I was at DHS, in part, thanks to Christina Dorvier, we got involved in supporting you in your efforts. And I think it's so important that we continue to shine a light on cybersecurity and the importance of raising standards, and that's why we have National Cybersecurity Awareness Month, which comes to an end in November, but then we'll transition to my favorite month, which is Critical Infrastructure Security and Resilience Month. Yes, I have been in and out of government far too long. But thank you for having me here today.
I just thought it was Thanksgiving.
Okay, no, little did you know. I was on my way back from New York City when I first got the news about Colonial Pipeline, and it came across as a alert from the White House that there had been a ransomware attack against Colonial Pipeline. And it certainly piqued my ears, in part because of my previous work at the Department of Homeland Security, and we had spent resources through various programs trying to better understand what a cyber attack on the OT side of a pipeline might look like and what impacts that you might see, as well as thinking about the resilience, not just of Colonial Pipelines, but other pipelines, and to cyber attacks, to other natural hazards. And so when we first got word, I followed with interest, because at this point we thought it had just been a ransomware attack on the IT side of the house. By early Saturday morning, it was clear that it had propagated into the physical domain. But what was really interesting about it, it was not the cyber attack, but it was actually the decision by the company to shut the pipeline down. And this is the first time in the, I think, 45 or 50-year history of Colonial Pipeline that the entirety of the pipeline had ever been shut down. And this is a 5,500-mile pipeline. And it's easier to start up a portion of it after a hurricane. Restarting the entire pipeline is a whole different ballgame. And so over the course of the weekend, it became clear that the impact of this ransomware attack was both going to be more consequential than we thought, and that it was going to stretch out a little bit as the company worked to figure this out. It very quickly highlighted something that we've been talking about a long time in government, which is the convergence of cyber and physical, and that it's really hard to keep these two things siloed anymore. And so it enabled us in the White House really to attack this, not just from the cyber perspective, but thinking about how we do response, which is really what I focus on in the White House, but also very quickly shining a light on the economic impacts. And so it became kind of a whole of White House effort to lead the response between my directorate, what we call Pound Cyber, and also the National Economic Council because of the impacts that we were seeing at supplying local gas stations. It also highlighted, I think, some of the gaps that we have in incident response policy. And there are probably 5 or 6 policies that guide how we do incident response across the federal government, to include, something that's called HSPD 5 that dates back to 20 years. You have the Stafford Act that looks at responses to natural hazards, and FEMA largely manages that effort through the National Response Framework. There's something called PPD 41, which is the cyber response policy. Then you have PPD 21. Like, I could go on and bore you with policy, which is not really my intention. But what was interesting about it is that not one of these policies kind of perfectly fit this incident that we were having. Again, one that started as a cyber attack in the IT side and quickly cascaded into the physical domain. Not just having physical consequences, but economic consequences. And so it has certainly caused us to pause and to begin to think about the need to evaluate overall response policy across the federal government. I think it also did emphasize that much of our infrastructure, and I say this having been in the critical infrastructure space for 20 years, and this sounds like a no duh to most of you in this room, but for those that are new to government, most of our infrastructure is not owned or operated by the federal government, but is owned by the private sector or by state and local governments. And so how we work with them to respond to an incident of this magnitude, for a administration that was early in its term, I think underscored the importance of public-private partnerships and the need to continue building these relationships. And so I think that's part of the value that I brought to the equation, in addition to understanding response policy and the various mechanisms and levers that we had available to us to help the company and to speed response, but also that when you're working with the private sector, the kind of unity of effort, unity of messaging was really important. And I will tell you, we were engaged with the company at various levels, 24/7, with Ann Neuberger speaking with the CEO on a regular basis. We had teams that were working with them in addition to the efforts that we had ongoing with CISA, with the Department of Energy, with the FBI, both to understand what had happened, to see if we could, get a better sense of who was behind it, but also, again, to do what we do in these incidents, which is raise attention and ensure the rest of the sector was aware of what was going on and was taking appropriate measures. The other thing that I will just say is that it certainly highlighted the importance of all of the supply chain work that we are doing right now in this administration, both on the ICT side of the house, but just the fragility of the supply chain in this COVID era. And we were trying to figure out, there was plenty of supply. We had a couple of issues. There was plenty of supply. It was how we got it from point A to the gas stations. And when you have a shortage of truck drivers, you can't make 1,000 truck drivers materialize overnight. That was part of the challenge. And then, the need, when you talk about unity of effort and unity of messaging, part of the supply problem was really because there was a run on gas. Again, it wasn't because there was a supply, but as you think through how you're going to message these things, the need for the whole of government, whole of community to work in response to ensure that you're really mitigating the impact. So it was a great early test. For the administration. We did a hot wash and a lesson learned afterwards, more federal government, included CISA and FBI, and it has certainly now shaped how we respond to other events, and there have been a lot of ransomware events, where we very quickly with Pound Cyber come together and work with the agencies that are involved in the response to ensure that we as an administration are doing everything we can to speed response and minimize the impacts.
Have any critical infrastructure sectors been hit harder than others? So we talked a little bit about the pipeline Any comments about other?
I have
sectors?
lots of comments about that. First of all, I don't think that it is easy to say one sector has been hit more than another, and that's in part because we don't always know who's been hit. And this is something that we have been trying to do as a federal government, is encourage private sector companies, when they are the victim of attack, to contact the CISA, to contact the FBI. And it's both in part because there are services that we can bring to help, again, get companies back up on their feet, but it's the forensics piece in understanding what happened, in part because we want to be able to share that information with the sector or across critical infrastructure and have the ability to connect the dots. We may be seeing things in other sectors, and that visibility is important. I will also say that I don't think our adversaries think of this from a sector perspective. They think about it from the weakest link. And someone mentioned it earlier today, but it's really our adversaries are patient. They spend a lot of time looking for the weakest link for those. I'm going to use a term that we use in the physical side a lot, but I think it applies to cyber, for those soft targets. They, using, some of the kind of human factors that Perry just talked about, they understand how to get into these systems through spear phishing, and then they launch their attack, and sometimes it's not noticeable. They're patient and they can work their way from one company to another. So I don't think that there is one sector that is more vulnerable or more the target than the other. We've seen it in the energy sector, we've seen it in food and ag, we've seen it in the banking sector. In the United Kingdom, certainly the health and medical sector has been a victim of a lot of ransomware attacks. So at the end of the day, it's really who's vulnerable, and it's why it's important that we work to push that cyber hygiene message and to raise cybersecurity practices across all sectors. It's not a matter of if, right? It's when. And it can be when, time and time again. And so I think that, again, across industry, we've got to continue to raise the importance of good cyber hygiene.
So what are your top priorities in your role to secure critical national infrastructure?
That is a great question. I think the first priority is really continuing to help advance the president and the administration's Build Back Better agenda. I've been in this space for a long time and understand how a aging and failing infrastructure is creating more vulnerabilities, whether it is to natural hazards, to asymmetric attacks like cyber attacks. We're dealing with climate change. We just saw nor'easter roll through here. We've had crazy wildfires. Ida, ran from Louisiana to New York and had devastating impacts, and it's in part because our infrastructure is aging and failing. But the second piece of that is really raising attention and putting us on a spotlight on the fact that as we modernize and we become an increasingly digitized, electrified, connected infrastructure ecosystem, that security has to count for for that reality, right? And you can't just think about how you secure your own systems and your own assets, but you have to think about the things that you're dependent on and that are dependent on you. And if there is some sort of disruption to a downstream or upstream supplier, entity that you have a relationship with, how is it going to impact you? So really highlighting the convergence of the supply chain of the interconnected, interdependent nature in which we now regularly kind of operate in. I think the other priority is working with Nitin and Jen at CISA and across the interagency to reshape and modernize how we think about critical infrastructure protection. It is, for the last 20 years, we've operated under a voluntary partnership. It has served us well. How do we continue to build on that voluntary partnership, recognizing that we're living in a very, I think, a more complex risk environment with a lot of different actors, ranging from Mother Nature to increasing nation state actors. And I think that we have to continue to strengthen those entities in the federal government that work with the private sector to make sure that they have the capacity and the expertise to help our private sectors, our private sector partners quickly get back up on their feet. And it used to be, and I'm going to use the U.S. Department of Agriculture as an example, right? You don't think of them as having a strong cyber expertise, but when you look at the JBS ransomware attack, there's been some attacks against some grain storage entities. Increasingly, they need the capacity to better understand what the impacts are going to be of these attacks. And how widespread they might be, what the economic consequences, do we have a national security issue? And so this is the role kind of a sector risk management agency for the financial services sector, it's Treasury. For the communications sector, it's CISA, but how do we make sure that they have the capabilities, the expertise, the human capital to be a good partner to our private sector partners who, again, own and operate the critical infrastructure that we're dependent on from an economic and a national security standpoint.
So you mentioned the current administration's priorities, and during your time at CISA, you saw a lot of administrations come and go. What's changed in the government approaches to securing the critical infrastructure during the time you were at CISA?
That's a great question. I think there are a number of things that have changed. First of all, I will tell you that it is rare, and I served in the Obama administration, and the first secretary under Obama, Janet Napolitano, was very clear that our job was to make sure that we left the place in a better place than we got it. I think that under Chris Krebs's leadership, CISA certainly grew and was one part of the federal government that they actually took to a better place than we had left it. And CISA has become really this incredible entity that is not just responsible for working with the private sector, but is protecting our democratic institutions. And it's really exciting to see my former agency have been kind of elevated and have this, great reputation. I think the understanding of the role that the private sector plays in our national security and our economic security, again, there's greater awareness of that. And that, again, the federal government doesn't own much of our critical infrastructure, and it's really important for us to find ways to support and work with the owner-operator community. So I think greater recognition of the role that critical infrastructure plays. I think the coordination within the federal government when it comes to supporting the private sector in the response. And I will tell you, I remember when I was at NPPD, which was the predecessor to CISA, you'd go to a room and you'd give a talk and you say, if you've got a question or you have an incident, call NPPD, and then an FBI colleague would get up and talk about what the FBI said, and then if you've got a problem, call the FBI, and every 3-letter, 4-letter agency would say, call me, and the private sector would be like, well, okay, who am I supposed to call? I do think that there now is much more coordination and collaboration that helps, that happens between those federal entities, and I've seen it in the Colonial Pipeline response in JBS, that CISA and FBI and the intelligence community are working together. There's collaboration, there's sharing of information. So I think that that's come a long way. I also, I think that the concept of resilience is really taking hold. I mean, we tried to push some initiatives during the Obama administration. Resilience is certainly kind of the word du jour, and I always like to ask when it's someone's on a panel talking about resilience, how they define it and what it means. But I think this recognition now that we have to do a better job anticipating what's coming and trying to get ahead of it, looking at those emerging threats and learning the lessons of whether it's the commercialization of the internet, the advent of IoT, how do we start to bake security in from the beginning, really security by design, and get ahead of the threats. I think that's when you talk about, priorities of my directorate at the NSC as we do move out on the Build Back Better, and hopefully we're going to get an infrastructure bill, making sure that we're bringing that principle to the implementation of it, that we've got to think about the world that we live in now, but also what the world's going to look like 20 to 30 years from now, and that we're accounting for that as we build and modernize the infrastructure. So there's the anticipation part. I think that's a key aspect of what resilience is. And then to steal a definition that Tom Fanning, who's the CEO of Southern Company, uses when he talks about resilience, it's not just about the ability to operate in normal conditions, but it's how you operate in abnormal. And this is what we have to continue to get better at. And I will tell you, almost any one of the incidents that we've had during the course of the last 9 months certainly did not play out the way that we thought it would play. And whether it's the winter storm and the failure of the grid in Texas, certainly Colonial Pipeline, they don't, they never happen like you think they're going to happen. No plan survives contact. No scenario ever really plays out the way that you think it's going to. And so it's that ability to continue to operate in abnormal that's really important. So resilience, the evolution of resilience. And I think we have to get on that one and take it seriously.
So we have a lot of private industry folks here and people dialed in remotely. What do you need from private industry?
Thank you very much for that question. First of all, I want to just begin by thanking our private sector partners. I've known and worked with many of you for the course of the last 20 years. I will say that we need your continued collaboration. I have been on this stage over the course, not this actual stage, but on the stage, over the course of the last 16 years with many of the same messages, which is we need to hear from you when you're the victim of an attack. It's as important for you as it is for others in the sector and the critical infrastructure community. So that sharing of information helps us create a more resilient and robust community overall. I think we are in a place where there is more of a recognition and embracing that this cyber security thing is we've gone from nuisance to, wow, this can have real world, pretty significant economic and national security impacts. And so embracing, I think what are best practices that we have touted over many administrations is really important. And that's two-factor authentication, making sure you're doing your patching, empowering your employees, especially on the cyber IT side of the house. Make sure that you have a plan when there's a cyber incident, segment your networks. Anne's recent, I think July letter laid out a lot of what, it was a letter to CEOs about what they should be doing. Please take this seriously. I have been in enough calls where I've heard industry partners say, okay, well, I guess we really now need to start doing this. It's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. And the more that you do now is the more that you're going to mitigate the impacts of this. I cannot underscore enough how important it is to think about if you are the victim of a cyber attack, and whether it's a ransomware attack or whatever it may be, to think about how it could propagate into the physical side, and make sure your IT and your cyber teams are talking to the physical, in fact, all parts of the company are talking. And to make time to sit in a room and have conversations about how you would respond. And there are examples that happen every day, right? But how something might look in your environment, and are you prepared? Are you ready? The more you have those conversations, you create those relationships, you build that muscle memory, the better prepared you're going to be. I think the last thing that I would ask is that we need to hear from you, we, the federal government, about what's working, what we can do to help. We think we're doing the right thing, and that we're the government and we're here to help. And sometimes we get it right. Sometimes we haven't shown the light on it appropriately. And that's why we have sector coordinating councils and this, amazing authority called CPAP, which allows us to bring you, the private sector, into a room and have a private conversation about security and where we can make enhancements and work together. So get involved, use that. We do, as Nitin will attest, take coming to the table very seriously and making sure that we're committed and there on a regular basis and across the table to hear from our private sector partners about what we can be doing to help them. So continue to leverage that relationship. I think those are the big things.
Great. I spent my whole career in private industry, and so for a long time for me, everything that happened at the federal government level was just kind of behind a curtain. And it's good to hear that there's resources there. We did a panel discussion recently with somebody from one of the field offices from DHS, and just the amount of resources that are there. I think people don't always understand in private industry, particularly in SMB, what's available to help you.
There are a ton of resources, and not just on the cyber side. Mo is here, one of our protective security advisors. And I mean, we've got a wealth of also on the physical security side, right? I mean, ways to do assessments. And we do them regularly. I'm not at DHS anymore, but that's always going to kind of be my first home, to help small and medium-sized businesses and soft targets understand with a minimal investment, how they can really enhance their security and resilience.
When it comes to security, the government really is there to help you.
Yes, we are.
Yeah. We have time for questions. Any from the audience? Kelvin, your hand up.
Kelvin Coleman.
You are never going to let me live that down. I know that.
Dear friend. Kelvin Coleman, IBM. Caitlin, historically, and with good reason, there's been some barriers and obstacles between government and private sector, right? Legal frameworks that keep the two apart. And I think you just mentioned the CPAP, I think you said that. And what other mechanisms are there, and are there any coming up that sort of, erase some of those barriers to make it easier for government and private sector to work together? Because you said, most of the infrastructure is in the private sector hands.
Yeah.
So anything there coming up?
Kelvin, I have somewhat of a controversial answer to that, because I think Congress was incredibly thoughtful when they crafted the Homeland Security Act of 2002 to ensure that private sector and government could work together on matters of security. The Homeland Security Act of 2002 is what did give birth to the CPAC authority that I'm talking to. And again, that's really the ability for the federal government to go to the private sector and say, we need to convene you, we have emerging security issues, or for the purposes of Homeland Security, we can do it outside of the public view. The private sector can provide advice and counsel, and we can act on it. That was one of the things they did. But they also created the PCII. I think that was the Homeland Security Act, but then we had to do the rulemaking. But that allows private industry to share vulnerability information with the government. And we, the federal government, has to be a good steward of the information that is provided, of that vulnerability information that is provided by the private sector. And that's both and how we safeguard it, but it's not subject to FOIA, to state sunshine laws, and to regulators. I think that is still, and it's hard to imagine, and I can say this about a lot of things, but that 20 years later, that's still not I think it's increased, but that there's still hesitancy for industry to use that. I will tell you, in the time that I was at DHS, we took that responsibility to safeguard that information very seriously. And so that mechanism has been there. I think that sometimes, and I know lawyers get a bad name, but lawyers, you know, they run from that, and they've got their own concerns about things becoming public, and they don't fully allow companies to embrace that protection. The Cybersecurity Act of 2015, Brett, thank you for that, provided additional kind of liability protections that's supposed to make it easier for industry to share information. I think it's all there. It's just a matter of trust. You know, you've got companies who are very comfortable coming to the FBI and to CISA when there's an event to share information, as well as realize the value of what the government can provide in terms of information sharing. And I think that's one of the things that we have gotten a lot better at, is the threat information that we're providing to industry and helping industry understand the so what and why it relates to them. But you know, there are certain sectors and certain companies who just don't feel comfortable in sharing that information, or may not think that their incident rises to the level of needing to contact the government. But at the end of the day, you know, it will help us better understand the adversary and who's you know, being targeted if we have that information. So I'm not dismissing what you say, but I think that there's, you know, there's not a full appreciation really of how easy we've tried to make it to take information from industry, and how seriously, and Elena and Nitin can talk to it, and Mo, how seriously we take that responsibility. But it's, you know, it's about trust, and you know this, you build trust by coming to the table, and we demonstrate that we're going to do, we, federal government, that we're going to do what we say we're going to do, and over time, you know, you're going to get there. But I think a lot of what we need is in place. I think people just hide behind the liability and the, you know, worried about their information being publicly shared.
Full disclosure, I've worked with Elena, Christine, and Caitlin in this capacity before, but I want to kind of give an answer again. And I think the National Cybersecurity Alliance was an outgrowth of that 2002, not directly, but
I remember when Christine and I were working together that, I mean, she was intimately involved in all this. So, hi, friend.
Hello, friend. Thanks for being here today and for all of your comments and for everything you're doing now, again, back in government. I just had a question sort of tied to like a little bit what Kelvin was saying, but around this cyber solarium recommendations and some of the swirl that's been happening legislatively in terms of like incident reporting and things like that, and just would be interested in your perspective on, you know, kind of what's been put forward. Is there anything missing? And like, is there anything we can do collectively in any of our joint sort of across sector efforts to help either support, advance, add, take away, you know, all the things?
So there was a lot in that NDA, let me tell you that, and we're still sifting through it and understanding, you know, who's got responsibility for what. I will say CISA's doing a great job with the 9002 piece of it, and, you know, looking at how we think about what critical infrastructure is, what a sector risk management agency is, how they should be resourced, and that's really important for the reasons that I mentioned earlier. You know, we're in a very different place when it comes to the risk environment than when you and I worked together in 2009, and it's just far more complex. And, you know, this is not your mother's old sector specific agency, and we really do need to make sure that departments and agencies are resourced to support our private sector partners. So, you know, hats off to Elena and Nitin for their work on that report that's due to Congress. You know, I think and we're working very closely with Chris Inglis to get the National Cyber Directorate stood up, and you know, I think Chris really has a unique opportunity to, I call him kind of like the cyber accountability czar at the White House, right? To make sure that departments and agencies are really doing what they're supposed to be doing. And by having oversight of budgets and the ability to do program reviews to better understand where there are gaps, where departments and agencies may need more authority to be their voice, you know, up on the Hill. So that's been really exciting, and he's up and running, and there's a lot of, you know, CISA alumni that are going to go support it. So I think that's going to just strengthen the overall posture. The thing that we're trying to wrap our head around right now, Christine, is the continuity of the economy deliverable that's due. That's a pretty massive undertaking, and so I think at some point, we're going to have to come back out to the private sector once we get ourselves organized in government to tackle that one. But that's a big report. I think it's, it's the way we need to be thinking strategically. But that's going to be a lift, and one where we're going to have to work very closely with the private sector community.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
It's fantastic
Yeah,
to have the White House representative here today. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Lisa. Thanks, everyone. Oh.
Please welcome Nitin Natarajan, Deputy Director of the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, and Lisa Plagmeyer, Interim Executive Director at the National Cybersecurity Alliance.
Thanks for being here. I understand you had some travel challenges, so thanks for making the effort to come up the East Coast during bad weather.
Thanks for having me here. Apparently we didn't have an engine, which is interesting. When the train had an engine, when it got there, it lost the engine and needed a new engine. So,
I was excited to talk to you because you have such an interesting background, both in private industry and in government. So I'm looking forward to this conversation. We've been talking about priorities in cybersecurity all day here, it seems. What are CIS's top priorities in 2022, and then specifically your top three as Deputy Director?
Sure. So I think what we're really looking at in 2022 is people, and how do we really focus both on people internally to our workforce and externally as well. We have a significant, obviously, workforce shortage across the nation and definitely within the federal government as well when it comes to cybersecurity positions and, frankly, a lot of the system mission at large. So how do we really create a unique, agile workforce that tackles challenges in a new way? And how do we kind of go away from being kind of that traditional government bureaucracy into something that truly is more nimble and really looking at problem solving differently? I think is how do we expand our diversity within our workforce, both from educational backgrounds of individuals, career backgrounds, just geographic backgrounds, really spreading our expertise throughout the nation and engaging more opportunities globally as well. So we really want to do a lot of that focus on people. We have as Caitlin mentioned, one of the things we're looking at also is a cyber-physical nexus and cyber-physical convergence. I think as we look at things, 15, 20 years ago, we really treated things separately, right? Either it was on the physical kinetic side of the house or it was on the cyber side of the house. And I jokingly tell people now that our refrigerators are connected to the internet. I don't know why. I'm still not sure what the advantage is of having a fridge that's on the internet. Mine is not. I have a piece of paper. I keep my list up there, but and I think it's only going to get more and more, right? We're going to see more and more of these types of things that are connected. So that kind of cyber-physical nexus and that Venn diagram is getting bigger and bigger as each day and each week and each month goes on. So how do we manage that? How do we understand the true risks of that convergence? And I think, when I was in the healthcare industry, we always had these fights when it came to budget season, right? We had our physical security people and our CIOs. They would always sit there and fight who needed more money. I need to protect the cyber infrastructure, I need to protect the physical infrastructure, and it would float up and kind of somebody would ultimately win, right? With the CEO, somebody would ultimately win with the board. And I think we really need to change our thinking and look at this from a holistic understanding of risk and really looking at that enterprise-wide risk so that we can make those decisions not based solely on whether something is physical or cyber, but what is that, how does it look in that Venn diagram with the two together? And how do we really look at risk with the understanding of what I kind of call the third leg of risk, which is we spend a lot of time looking at risk identification. We have a lot of different methodologies out there. We have a lot of different factors that go into our risk identification. We do a lot of risk mitigation. We can't mitigate everything, but we look at risk mitigation and we implement efforts. What we kind of subtly never accept is the fact that any risk we identify and we don't mitigate, we're accepting. Mm-hmm. And I think that we don't spend enough time looking at truly understanding the risk that we're accepting. So how do we look within CISA at that convergence? How do we better understand that risk? How do we really look at understanding which assets, systems, functions truly are critical and how we're determining that criticality? I think on the third piece, as we look at this, is really partnerships. How do we strengthen the partnerships that we have out there? How do we continue to grow and expand those partnerships? How do we consistently do better? I think it's no surprise that the federal government is not a perfectly well-oiled machine, right? I think there's always things we can do better and things that we can do stronger. So how do we continue to do that while expanding our ability to partner with the private sector? How do we do that with state, local, tribal, territorial governments who all have their unique challenges as well?
As you were talking about those conversations where we fight for budget, there's a security awareness video in my head somewhere of what that looks like in organized crime. What does it look like when the bad guys argue with each other for budget? Can you explain why SolarWinds was so high profile? What made it stand out? What was different?
I think it was a few things. It was time to detection, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, and the potential for exfiltration was there for a long period of time, and really understanding the landscape and the total scale of impact. I think the other element was, I truly think that we're in this period of additional increased awareness, and I think people, and we saw this subsequently with things like Colonial Pipeline and even JBS and others. It started to strike people a little bit differently than we've seen cyber attacks in the past. And I don't know if it was because of increased media attention, if it was broader visibility, but I think it got on more people's radars, and it really gave people the understanding of this could impact you in some way, this could impact your business. And I think as more and more incidents kind of happened coming out of that, the individual impact became greater and greater. Even, I mean, as much as I had friends jokingly with JBS that said, you're now impacting my meat supply. And that's concerning. And as much as we was somewhat jokingly, the fact that it was in their mind that a cyber attack could impact their food supply chain in some capacity, I think it's gotten more and more awareness from that perspective. And I think SolarWinds also helped bring the federal government together in a way, to really look at this holistically as well.
You think if it was broccoli, people wouldn't have been quite as concerned as
I like broccoli, so I'd still be upset, but I think it would be a different population that might be upset.
What steps can security leaders take to mitigate that ripple effect from supply chain attacks?
I think the biggest thing when it comes to supply chain, and Caitlin talked a little bit about this, is knowing your supply chain. I think often we just don't understand what our true supply chain is. And whether we're talking about commodities and physical products, whether we're talking about our software supply chains and where the code is coming from and what we're developing, whether we're talking about hardware and where our microchips and processors and all those types of things are coming from. I don't think we spend enough time to understand that. We've done a lot of analysis. I spent a lot of time in the healthcare sector. We did analysis back in 2012, 2013 about the criticality of the pharmaceutical supply chain. It's a public report. It's on the Department of Commerce. It's out there. DHS was a prime author of that. And we knew the vulnerabilities. And then as things started to happen, people said, oh my God, we can't believe this happened. Well, we could. We've done the report. The analysis and the data is right there. We need to truly invest in understanding our supply chains. We need to ask the tough questions. We need to spend the time to do the research and not always kind of look for that path of least resistance, but really look at knowing where your products are coming from, where your software is coming from. And then again, what is the risk, right? You can't buy down all risk. But are you truly accepting the risk you're willing to accept?
What implications can building our cybersecurity workforce have on defense against these kinds of cyber attacks? We've talked a lot about building that workforce. That workforce gap has been a topic of conversation now for the last couple of years, and we're chipping away at it. But it's, as we said earlier today, it's going to take time. So what implications can building that workforce have on defense against supply chain attacks?
So I think the stronger the workforce, the more awareness we have in the workforce, I think the stronger the ability to really ask those tough questions, right? We need to kind of pivot and change who's asking what questions and what are the questions that we're asking. We need to get this next generation of CEOs and board members to ask about risk and to ask beyond the question of, are we secure? And somebody says, yes, we have this, and walking away, right? Ask the tough questions, dive into the details. Even if you may not have that expertise, that's okay. Right, let's dive deeper. I had a great conversation with my daughter's high school principal the other day for Cybersecurity Awareness Month. I said, what are you doing for Cybersecurity Awareness Month? Because they have a cyber program. Mm-hmm. And they said, well, it's great. We love it. We're going to be talking about it in our cyber program. I said, wrong. I said, you also have a program. You have an automotive program. I said, you have a health services program. You have a judicial program. You have a cosmetology program. I said, all these programs have potential cyber risks, right? Whether it's point of sale machines, whether it's the healthcare industry, whether it's the automotive, there's more computers in my Jeep than I think, my first, desktop computer, right? So we need to get people to make that pivot and to really stop looking at cybersecurity purely as the people who are in the IT industry and really looking at cybersecurity being something that we ingrain into people's thinking across the spectrum. How do we ingrain cybersecurity into the questions that people ask in their day-to-day jobs? How do they sit down and say, I need to find a new bank, and I want to look for a bank that uses multi-factor authentication, right? I want to look for a bank that has security built in upfront into what they're doing. And I think as we get individuals to make that pivot, they take that questioning to their workplace. They take it to their places of worship. They take it to their schools. They take it to their friends, their family, and that kind of what I call that higher index of suspicion, right? Of how do they take those to those places, and then as they do perform IT systems or get emails and do those types of things, having that higher index of suspicion and not click on everything. I'm a firm believer people will click on anything. I'm also a firm believer I'm not getting $1 million via email, right? I really think someone's going to bring me a big paper check. They're going to show up at my door, right? They're going to give it to me. Yeah. But people will click on it. We need that higher index of suspicion. We need people to ask those questions and to have that right level of paranoia and let that kind of permeate through the nation.
We've heard that CISA is hiring. Can you talk to us a little bit about how CISA is growing its workforce?
So we are hiring, so we'd love to expand the workforce. I think the biggest thing for us is explaining what the mission is at CISA, right? Explaining that we do have teams of people who are highly technical, skilled, right? Our pen testers, red teams, coders. We have that level of technical expertise, but we also have people that support that mission, right? We need that technical expertise, but we also need the people that help our cybersecurity mission be successful. We need people that support communications, our stakeholder engagement, budget, human capital, all those types of things. And that I firmly believe that there's a role in cybersecurity for everyone. There's a way to support the cybersecurity mission if you're a highly technical cyber SME and if you're a really good budget analyst. Because if we can't get the money, money processed effectively, how do we support that mission? And so we're really looking at the workforce and how do we truly expand our recruiting? How do we expand the diversity in our recruitment, both in the workforce when it comes to kind of traditional demographics for a lot of our recruiting, but also how do we just geographically get the workforce throughout the nation? We shouldn't have to just hire everybody who's amazing in the DC metro area. We have great cyber expertise, great physical security expertise across the nation. So implementing tools like remote work, implementing tools where we can tap into that expertise everywhere in the country and having that work with us. We're really excited to launch in a handful of weeks our new cyber talent management system, CTMS, which is actually going to revolutionize the way that DHS at large hires cyber talent. And we're involved in kicking that off. And it's going to give us a new way to hire people. So folks that have tried to come into the federal workforce in the past and kind of bang their head against the wall because it's not the easiest thing to do and there's not a lot of guidance out there on how to do it. This is really going to allow us to hire people based on aptitude. It involves testing, competency checks, interviews, and those types of things to actually bring people in and then allow us the tools to not only recruit, but to pay more commensurate to the private sector, and then also to retain effectively through the inclusion of things like professional development and those types of things. So we have a lot of things kind of on the horizon that are going to allow us to really change the way that the federal government does hiring, and starting with CISA as kind of that pilot.
That's great to hear. We've talked a lot today about strong partnerships between the public sector and the private sector. And it's something that I think is easy to talk about, and it sounds really good. It's motherhood and apple pie. But how can we actually do it? How can we forge stronger partnerships for the public good?
So I think it's hard, right? I mean, these are not easy. And I think that what we've been able to do over the last 10, 15 years, and the beauty with CISA is, so I've been in this role since February, but I've worked with CISA for 15 years. I started working with CISA when I was in state government. I've worked with them as a federal interagency partner, worked with them from the White House and then from the private sector. So I've had the ability to build that relationship over time and build that trust with individuals in the organizations. I think where we need to pivot is, and I think we have a lot of the trust out there. We have a lot of one-on-one trust with individuals. We need to look to pivot and really get that institutional trust in place that outlives any of us, or that outlives our ability when we transition to our next job or our next organization, that trust is inherent organization to organization and built over time. Now, that doesn't mean it's always perfect and always flawless, but that we've tackled challenges head on, we've had open dialogue and discussion, and we need to do that. I think we need to really institutionalize our trust and do that with intent. And I think we can't do it just by hoping it's going to happen. We can't do it just by convening meetings. We can't do it just by those are things. We need to do it with intent, and we need to do it with that as a goal of where we want to go in the coming years.
How should the NIST Cyber Supply Chain Risk Management Framework and the Secure Software Development Framework be used to identify, assess, and mitigate software supply chain risks? So we're going to pivot and talk about software supply chain for a minute.
So, I mean, I do think, at least from a best practices perspective, from really understanding what organizations should be doing, I think it's helpful in a couple of ways. I think one, it helps kind of let people understand what they should be doing and what industry and the public sector and the federal government have kind of published as where they feel what they feel the quote unquote standards should be, or where they feel the baseline should be. I think on top of that, it gives others that are less technical, who aren't really in that space, to start thinking about the questions that they should be asking of their vendors as they look at their supply chain. All right. So I think it really is helpful from multiple perspectives. And I'm glad we're finally getting those discussions. I think we've had a lot of discussions with states. I've had a chance to talk to a lot of state CIOs and state CISOs, and they've asked us kind of, you need to just give us a list. Give us a list of what the federal government thinks is good and bad. I'm like, well, I can't really do that, right? But what we can do is give you the questions to ask and give you, the ability to really have a document that speaks from both the public and the private sector, that has the input of industry, that helps you ask those right questions. You can then make your own decision on your risk allowance.
Can you tell us a little bit more about the work CISA is doing with other government agencies like NIST and the FBI and NSA?
Sure. So I think the relationships are strong. I said one of the things that has been interesting is watching the relationship that CISA has had with these organizations over the years, and watching how it's evolved. And I was thrilled when I kind of came on board in February to see how that relationship had matured and where that relationship is today. And I think it's a great relationship. I think that there's always more that can be done. I think things like the JCDC and I know folks talked about that earlier today, yesterday. Yep. Is a great jump forward to really help us in that front. But I think that what we've been able to do is not only build those relationships in DC, but build those relationships out in the regions. So as we've expanded CISA's regional footprint, we currently have over 500 people in the regions, and are able to expand that footprint not just with our state, local, tribal, territorial colleagues, but with our federal partners that are also in those regions, right? With the FBI and with others that are out there. And then we combine on top of that our global footprint and our ability to engage with our international allies, but also with U.S. entities that have overseas operations as well. We have CISA Global that came out this year as our international strategy. And so we're really looking at strengthening those relationships and really understanding the role that CISA has to play. I think that in the past, CISA, a lot of these, and we're up against agencies that have been around for a very long time, right? I mean, even though NPPD has been around for a while, even comparably, we're still a new-ish entity, right? I had an opportunity, I was in Cleveland last week or the week before, met with the Coast Guard district commander up there. The admiral had this flag, and it said Coast Guard like 1780 or 1790 on it. And I said, well, CISA just finally got a flag. We just got our flag like literally like 2 or 3 weeks ago. And if, the number on it would be 2018. We're coming up on 3 years, right? So how do we sit here at 2018 and compare against, hundreds of years of history? But we're going to get there, and we're going to do it quick. I think the challenge for us as we look at growing, the challenge for us, I think, as we look at move forward, is we have to grow a lot very quickly, and kind of where other groups have had decades to get to. But our partners are willing to help us with that. We're working together with them to help lean forward in that space. And CISA has a very carved out space in this, right? And I think that space is more and more defined now than it was 5-10 years ago. And that's really allowed us to be a strong partner at the table.
What kind of resources does CISA have specifically for software companies to prevent, respond, and recover from supply chain attacks?
I think we have a number of resources out there, whether it's things like CDM, whether it's our HERT teams. We have capability out there to really help support the software companies, both pre-incident as well as post-incident. We're continually trying to expand our catalog of services that we have out there. We're trying to push a lot of our capabilities outside DC and, into the regions with additional kind of cybersecurity advisors and folks that can really build those relationships on the ground in your communities, right? So not kind of having everything DC based. We also want a lot of feedback, right? We want to hear from folks on what tools, resources, capabilities make the most sense for us to develop, what makes the most sense for, the market doesn't need it per se, right? We're not looking to create things just to create things. And to me, that's where I think that feedback loop and having the opportunity to engage and have the dialogue is helpful, because we want to know that what we're building is going to be helpful, it's going to be utilized. I'm a firm believer when it comes to things like information sharing. I would much rather be an organization that publishes 50 documents a year that drive change, that impact decision-making, that help people change their programs or expand their programs, than 500 documents just to say we did 500 documents. And so we need to really look at, we have a number of services available out there now. We are looking at maturing and modernizing a lot of these services and programs. I think they were strong and made sense based on what things look like 5-10 years ago. How do we meet today's demands? But also getting that feedback and having that discussion, understand what do we need to look at as we look forward in the next 5 and 10 years. It's going to take time to build new tools and build new capability. I don't want to be in a position where we build capability and it's out of date, essentially the second or third day out of the gate. How are we able to do this in a nimble way? How are we able to do this to meet the needs of our partners out there versus just what we think people need?
So we have a few minutes for questions. I want to say you've got my wheels turning as we're talking, as we sort of reinvigorate our Cybersecurity My Business program for small and medium-sized businesses. I think we should be pulling in some of those regional people so that there's just more visibility and amplification of the resources that CISA has. There's going to be some, I think, new ways we can work together in the future. Any questions from anybody in the audience? Don't be shy. Go ahead, Jason.
I work in the manufacturing space, so can you talk a little bit about the incentives for plant managers? Because one of the tensions that I face is that the plant managers, he or she is incented on throughput, uptime, and not, are they patching systems used in the manufacturing process?
So I think the incentive that I offer is downtime. Right. I mean, to your point of it's all about throughput. It's all about, kind of the widgets at the end of the day, right? What's coming off the chain, and that suffering the consequences of a cyber attack are going to cause those to go down for a prolonged period of time, right? And even if short-term pauses are not desirable, anything that's long-term in the days or weeks or potentially even months are going to be significantly more. I think, to me, I equate it kind of similar to what we've seen in the safety world. When we've had a lot of these same discussions in a lot of plants about, do we worry about safety? Do we worry about speed, right? And how do we find that balance? And really the impact of not investing in safety, not investing in cybersecurity, and having these systems go down for a prolonged period of time is going to cause significantly more loss of revenue, loss of productivity, loss of time than that patch and keeping the patching up to date and some of those fundamental issues. The impact of an insider threat compromise, right, is much greater than the time of taping your password underneath your keyboard because you don't want to worry about remembering a password. We look at things like multi-factor authentication, right? And I think when multi-factor first came out, a lot of people so it's good, I have to wait. I got to wait for a text message to come through, or it becomes harder and harder. I think people have slowly gotten used to these things as being just the way that we need to be in order to be more secure, and they've planned that into their cost of doing business, right? Their time, whether that's time, whether it's cost. So we need to look at that, and we need to just factor that into the equation and really look at that long-term impact of not doing it is usually always going to be greater than the impact of doing it up front. But it is a story to tell. It's how do we arm people with that knowledge and understanding that it's there. I think the other thing, frankly, is about risk and letting people understand what the risk and vulnerabilities are. Do plant managers understand? Caitlin was talking about the risks of the various sectors. We talk about that when we talk about that on the threat intelligence side. We talk about that with the physical security experts and the cybersecurity experts. But do the plant managers know what the risks are to their facility? Right? Do the plant managers know what the impacts are to that sector to say, I could be a target? Right? I mean, we look at who the targets were 10 years ago. Most companies didn't think that they'd be a target of a potential nefarious actor, right? A cyber terrorist, a cyber criminal, or a nation state. Now we're seeing it's not just the big cities that are targets, it's small cities. It's not just large companies in the defense industrial base, but it's the food and ag sector, it's healthcare, it's all these other folks that truly never thought they were going to be a target. How do we make sure that they are aware that this risk exists, that the risk exists to them, and what that impact is going to be? And I think we can tell it, we have to tell that story together, and we need to tell that story more frequently and with more detail, frankly.
Any other questions?
So we actually have a virtual question.
We have one online? Okay.
Mm-hmm. What actions would you recommend attendees take to their respective organizations upon completion of this event?
So what action would we suggest companies take at the?
What actions would you recommend attendees take to their organizations from today's event?
Takeaways from today.
Takeaways.
Actions, yeah.
So I think the top thing is ask questions. Ask lots of questions. Ask questions for things that you may not even sure that you know what you're talking about. Ask the questions. And don't take the answer of "we got this," right? I have 2 teenagers. They tell me we're fine. It's never fine. Those are not appropriate answers to the questions that I'm asking you. I think the other thing is having the right level of paranoia, understanding kind of what the true threat landscape is, understanding that people who have never seen themselves as potential targets in the past are targets today. And those impacts are significant. And it's not just about revenue, it's about impact to people's daily lives. So I think it's being able to go back to your respective organizations and asking those tough questions that frankly, a lot of your teams may not want to answer, right? Because they know if you kind of peel some of those layers back, there might be things there that they don't want to portray, and being able to drive that. For people who may sit on boards, getting boards to be savvy to ask these questions within their organizations as well. And again, continuing to push the envelope. I think being willing to take the hard road at times and implement the security measures you need, even if they're going to kind of disrupt the day-to-day, when folks may push back against doing so. So I think that there's a lot of things that can be done that are simple, basic steps. We talk about multi-factor authentication, we talk about strong passwords, we talk about those types of steps that people still aren't doing, right? People still have passwords of like welcome. And people still have passwords on their phone of 1, 2, 3, 4, right? We need to push the envelope on some of these things and get these basic fundamental kind of cyber hygiene elements in, and it will make a significant difference. So I think there's something that everybody can do, and a lot of that doesn't cost money. It's asking the questions and seeing where it goes.
Any other questions? Well, thank you, and thank you very much for being with us.
Thanks for having me. Great.
So thank you to everybody for joining us today at the Nasdaq market site. Thank you to everybody who tuned in online and everyone who was here in person. I know for myself, it was really nice to be in something other than shorts and a t-shirt in my house and to actually get out. I'm glad that we braved having the event hybrid and following through with doing part of it here in person, because I think it's time for us all to get back out there. And I think there's an energy when you're able to be around each other physically that you don't get when you're sitting on Zoom calls all day long, not to mention the risk of thrombosis sitting there. So thank you to all of our wonderful speakers for joining us. I think we had some really insightful and important discussions and presentations, and there was definitely a theme of optimism and engagement and positivity that I don't think I've seen in this event in the past, having been to this event a few times as a board member. So maybe we're at a tipping point in cybersecurity where we're no longer using FUD and talking about fear, and I sense some optimism, which is rare amongst security professionals. So that's good to see. I'll take that as a good sign that maybe we're at a tipping point. Thank you again to our summit sponsors. Our gold sponsors were KnowBe4, Norton LifeLock, and Google. Our silver sponsors, Bank of America, the Purdue Cyber Apprenticeship Program, Proofpoint, Align, and Wells Fargo. Our bronze sponsors, AIG, WebRoot, OpenText, SafeBreach, DOT Security, CloudBakers, Quinix. And our event sponsors, Identity Defined Security Alliance, Cyber Threat Alliance, and the Identity Theft Resource Center, all good friends of ours. And thank you, of course, to Nasdaq for your partnership, and Stay Safe Online. So we hope you can stick around at 4:15. There's going to be a photo op in the studio downstairs. Feel free to grab something else to drink and to have a little networking time, and then we'll all go downstairs at 4:15 in the lobby for the photo op. Thank you very much.
And if you'd like to join us for the photo op, we're going to meet on this by the second floor elevators at 410.